This is the final day of the league stage. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Professional League Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring 2023. Together with us, your storytellers for today. My name is Sir Class, together with a wonderful Choo Choo. My oh my, this is where we'll determine who's the top 16 who will move on to the grand finals next week.
Yep, it's going to be the last day when it comes to the league itself after 2 weeks of grinding and pincering throughout the entire map. Now, for the teams that actually been sleeping on this entire league, this is the time for them to actually wake up and do something about it. Because if not, they'll be a bit too late to make it to the playoff, which they will be relegated. We're going to have to say goodbye for 4 teams here today, Cloud, when it comes to the final day of the league itself.
Yeah, nobody wants to be in the bottom 4, of course, but everyone wants this set. This is the Silver Guru set, the new ultimate set that's currently available. Comes with an M4 that's upgradable to a max level, and of course, the more levels that you upgrade, the more cosmetics that you get out of the M4, one of the most famous weapons in the game at this moment. Well, arguably now DBS is the most famous, but M4 is evergreen.
You mentioned about DBS. This is going to be one of the best Royal Pass available for you guys. Whoever love the DBS, you do have squeezing into the DBS, if I'm not mistaken, the skin is there for you guys to grab on. And also we have choppers and everything else in the latest new Royal Pass, which already available for you guys to purchase it in the game itself. And don't forget to push your rank through it, because right now we do have commemoration for Bruce Lee, where this is going to be exclusively during our PMPL season.
Yes, this is super duper special. You don't want to miss it, and don't forget to hashtag away as well. And yeah, try it out. Do let us know. Tag us on social medias, because we'd like to see what kind of content that you can come up with. We've been talking about this for the past 2 weeks. You guys should get the drill, and don't forget to follow us on our social medias.
Yeah, it's gonna be everywhere. So it is pretty much like basic knowledge for you guys who want to learn PUBG Mobile. Just get it over hovering around our Facebook page, our YouTube and TikToks as well. There's so many contents that you guys can share with us throughout this TikTok too. So don't forget for us to follow us. And also, in case you guys just join us in the last day of the tournament and the league itself for the wildcard PMPL Spring, this is gonna be how it works out. So we're gonna play 5 matches today and per day, and today is gonna be the last day when it comes to the 2 weeks of league itself. We have 20 teams divided into 5 groups with 4 teams in each group. Then we're gonna have 20 teams battled out through the entire 2 weeks, where we're down to the last day here. Only the top 16 will make it out to the grand finals and playoff, where we do have difference when it comes to the point system, with a total prize pool of $40,000 USD.
Oh yeah, the moolah that we're talking about here. Man, I miss saying the moolah. But besides money, of course, these teams will be eyeing the next stage of the tournament that's called PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia, also known as the PMSL, whereby the #1 team from the Wildcard series will be featured in the PMSL. And besides that as well, #1 from each respective PMPL country, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam, will move on to the PMSL as well. So that will be a stage where it will be an opportunity for the Wildcard team to show how they can play against the country PMPL teams.
Now, how it works when it comes to the playoff, each week when it comes to the game, they will be rewarded based on their weekly rankings for the total bonus point of week 1, plus week 2 will be the initial bonus point towards the start of the finals or the playoff later on, which is going to be next week, if I'm not mistaken, the first week of March. Now, the placement points when it comes to the bonus point, it's going to be 20, starting off with the first place, down to the 20th place with only 1 point here. So whoever get relegated by the end of today, that's going to be the last match of today as well.
Yes, and here is the groups that will be playing today, and after this there will be no more groupings. So of course it's all divided into group A, B, C, D, and E. And group A we have FOD, Flash Vision, APG, SP. Group B, SKR, we have YG, Vipers, we have Axis. Group C, West Point Mamba, Sin, G Lab, we have BG. Group D, we have Enigma, GE, Falcon. H2O. Group E will be KE, Austria Esports, DX, as well as Playbook Esports.
Now, when it comes to head-to-head between players, it's been a while, if you notice here, Cloud. The Astro Axe has been here for quite some time.
Yeah, I do agree. He is one of the veteran players in the scene. used to hail from Orange Esports back then in the day. And if I'm not mistaken, he was also at the PMCL Globals at some point.
When we compare with John, who's quite also in the scene for some time now, but haven't got that exposure as much as Extra X, as one of the main reasons. The number speaks for itself. And speaking of numbers, West Point Mamba still not being dethroned, taking the podium spot at number 1 here with 157 points. Quite a gap between Burmese Gold, who I've been waiting for such a long time. Same goes for APG and YG here, who shows quite promising when it comes to this season as well.
Yeah, it's nice to see Burmese goes up there. Last week they weren't doing that well, but this week they are back on track. But on the other hand, on the flip side, we do see a couple of familiar names at the bottom, H2O as well as Axis, sharing number 19, number 20 respectively. Hopefully they'll be able to at least climb up. Although I do think that their chances onto the grand finals is kind of slim, but you just want to end the day well, at least with a chicken dinner to your name.
And this is where we mentioned about the teams that don't have anything else to lose if they actually want to push themselves forward here. And we do know for a fact that today is going to be the day where they want to bring everything forward. Now back to the highlights, it's going to be the recap of week 2 day 4 in case you guys missed it. But we saw, like the usual, when it comes to Sun, there's so many DBS playing on. I do notice some teams, even though especially when it comes to West Point Mamba, right? I do notice when it comes to certain map like Myanmar, they're a bit more particular about it. They're shining brightly when it comes to that certain map. But when it comes to Wrangler, they are in the middle bracket, not so well. But when they are in supreme reign of certain map, they're making sure they can garner as much point as possible. That's where they get a high volume of kills, like brilliant plays coming out from the side of West Point Mamba, that maintaining themselves at number 1 spot. When it comes to Wrangler, they're playing a bit more of a sort of a standard default plays if you compare it when they were in Myanmar.
Yeah, I do agree. West Point Mamba, they are a different animal when it comes to Myanmar. And they are still the current highest winner chicken dinner elimination holder for now. With 21 eliminations, it is the highest in the wildcard so far. So that is still the number to beat if anyone wants to break the record. And I think it's shown that is also why that they're currently at number 1 with a decent amount of gap between them as well as Burmese goals. And they're also the first team to receive 100 eliminations in total.
And also hard not to touch regarding PBE. Now we do know for a fact there's going to be your 4 teams, the top performance when it comes to the smallest map, that is KE, Enigma, SKR, and also Playbook Esports, where PBE kind of perform way better if you compare with week number 1. Week number 2, it feels like they have sort of a revival of their strategy. Their rotations are getting more proactive if they compare with the first week. They're a bit in a slumber. They're not showing off that much of a spark yet. But when it comes to week number 2, it feels like they start to get their momentum right. Feels like also the shuffle of the group plays in their favor, where they're not having that much problem to get into where they really want as a team.
Yeah, I do agree that the shuffle of the groupings do affect some of these teams, whether in a good way or in a bad way. So, and also one thing, today is the last day. We can expect some teams to have that mindset of nothing to lose anymore. But looking forward to the first game of today, which is going to be played in Sanhok as usual. Group E will be taking a break, so we won't be seeing KE, Austria Esports, DX, as well as Playbook Esports for the first game. But then we will be seeing some powerhouses like West Point Mamba, like Young Galacticos, like Burmese Goals will be in this round.
I'm loving how Burmese Gold has been playing for the past week here. We haven't seen this much of a spot coming up from them for since the dawn of Burmese Gold itself. Now, looking at Burmese Gold stepping up to occasion, they have bringing themselves a different sort of a tempo and momentum. I'm looking forward when it comes to Sunhawk, which we're going to drop our predictions here right now, like it or not. We do hope we don't jinx the team anymore, because we always do when we happen to do the prediction. In this case, I think for me personally, I do prefer Sin when it comes to our rotation wise, but I think we kind of sharing the same common interest when it comes to FOD.
Yeah, FOD, I mean, despite them being in the middle of the chart right now, right? Last week they were superb, so we will expect to see them in the grand finals later on. So with pretty much nothing to lose, maybe they might go all out this time. But I also have a interesting pick in APG. I think APG, I think it's a team that we don't really talk much about. they're always like somewhere in the middle. But if you look at the overall right now, they're already number 4, and their gap with number 3 is only 2 points, and their gap with number 2, which is Burmese Ghosts, is 13 points. So it's not impossible for them to catch up to at least number 2 finish.
I agree. When it comes to APG, I feel like APG do have sort of consistency when it comes to week number 2, but at VE now, we have to highlight more towards this team. For me, Vipers is going to be a hot and cold, it depends. So there's going to be a bit of random come up from prediction, but at VE and APG, I agree for a fact, we have to talk about them more often. Feeling like at VE feels like they got themselves that sort of potential, but it's just not showing off the time that they need to do so. But APG, they have this consistency of getting everything in balance when it comes to their positions, when it comes to their elimination points. It feels like they start to get the feel of it, but sometimes they get intimidated quite easily. Like example, if you're recklessly rushing into them, or they've been surprised by some ambush that they didn't participate for it to happen, they might actually drop down a bit when it comes to their performance. But it all depends on how their mindset will be when it comes to the game itself.
Yeah, because these teams, they need to be careful as well. They are most of them are on the top, on the first page. So because today's the last day, it's going to be the Final 4 games for all of these teams. We can expect, like, if teams have the mindset of like, we got nothing to lose, they might be challenged in their regular drop spot. It's like, we just go down, we just have some fun, and just disturb those teams that still want to go for as high as possible in terms of overall placement points, just to get the weekly bonus points. So speaking about 5 of danger, I think everyone is in danger today.
Now we're getting curious which teams will do that sort of a surprise play, because we do know for a fact the teams that are actually on the second page have our chance to actually perform that way, doing something that maybe getting curious about. What if we change something into this sort of a compound? What if we try to just clash in? Because there's nothing else to lose for them, and for the fact that they have been trying so hard the past 2 weeks and didn't work out, this is the best time for them to actually do something unusual, something very unorthodox and unconventional, that doing it in a different fashion that makes the other team taken by surprise, and maybe that might work for these teams. It's just, I do know for a fact it's going to be a one-shot trick for these guys. If you want to play it during playoff, that's going to be great because it's just going to be 3 days. But when it comes to the league, you can only perform that kind of pulls or that kind of play in only the last day, and this is the last day. We're hoping for the circle to get really, really weird as well. I'm hoping for us to get at least an SMB circle when it comes to Wrangle, which I never get, ever.
Yeah, me too as well. Oh, well, I almost got one. Well, technically I got one with Hash. But anyway, well, we wouldn't mind more. We wouldn't mind more if every round was those wonky circles, this SMB, or maybe for this one it's like a Camp Alpha, or really tucked in the corner. Yeah, it's always really fun. And plus with the new changes, it's at Sandhall, there's no way you can heal outside of the circle towards the end, because when the circle is like tucked at the corner, we'll be seeing a lot of teams rushing to the same direction, and that's where they will bump into each other, and we'll see a lot of action. So it's fun for us as viewers too.
Yeah, for me personally, when it comes to Sunhawk, I do prefer Hearts and Circle. I mean, like, back then I hated it so much, but these days I prefer, because Sunhawk has been, you know what, we used to be very excited about Sunhawk because how small the map is, and like it or not, there's inevitable clashes between the teams anyways. But these days it's a bit more slow when it comes to Sunhawk due to the healing game back then in the last 2 seasons. Now I'm hoping more towards a really wonky circle, or really unconventional circle towards our team, because like you mentioned, when it comes to only one direction up north, and like it or not, in between the islands, it is so hard for you to decide which island for you to stay on, whether it's going to be the Cam Alpha or Charlie or even Bravo. If it happens to be in the center, it's going to be really tough for the players to actually decide whether they want to stay in certain island or not. And I think when it comes to bootcamp, it's not too shabby of a circle either.
Yeah, it is fun if it's in bootcamp as well, because yeah, it's bootcamp, right? One of the interesting drop spots, especially if you would play classic and you just want to drop down, not waste your time, have fun. Bootcamp is always one of those good places. But also thanks to PUBG Mobile itself, now there's no way you can play the healing game in Sandhawk. No way.
Yes.
Because the damage has increased. So that's why we see like this season. I was also watching some of the country PMPLs as well. It's the same thing. Because they cannot play the healing game anymore, we see a lot of early fights. Sandhawk finally is interesting.
Finally, it's interesting. That's a sad statement coming up from you, but that's a fact. That's a fact. And I love the fact that before they sort of increase the blue zone damage, they also decrease the drops for the health utilities as well for the previous map or for the previous season. But it didn't work out as well as making sure that nobody can actually heal in the blue zone. That kind of forces the player to rumble it out, like it or not, in the open, and they have to fight it through, especially with this kind of system where the chicken is not as much as elimination. We do know for a fact that elimination, I think the highest by far we got it in this week, which was 21 eliminations. I forgot which team was it. Was it GE or was it West Point Mamba? It was West Point Mamba. So that shows for a fact that elimination is way more important. That's something that they should prioritize on for these teams.
Yeah, yes, it is. It is. We do see that how West Point Mamba has capitalized on that with 100 eliminations this week itself. It just puts them on top. And not only on top, they have a decent gap with Burmese goals as well. So it just tells the whole story how important eliminations are. We have seen multiple teams actually... okay, some of the teams, they don't really go for eliminations. They still go for placements. And we see that how they're punished with only like 1 point, 2 point in that round. And it's just not worth it.
That's true, but right now everything will be tested. Can West Point Mamba still stay at the podium or not? Will there be some inevitable plays from the teams that force their drop spot change in the last few minutes, when we're gonna hop into a last map of Sunhawk in the wildcard week 2 day 5, a final day of the league itself? Are you guys ready? Because buckle up, we're gonna go straight and fly into the last map of Sunhawk.
So here we go. It is Sunhawk, ladies and gentlemen, the final Sunhawk of the league before we get into the grand finals later on, and we'll be seeing more Sunhawk, obviously. The flight path is going to begin from Hatin down all the way to Lakawi. So it's a little bit tucked at the side. It's not really that balanced. So that means that there's a possibility that we might see early clashes. But hey, it is Sunhawk. It is a smaller map, so bumping into each other may not be common unless they choose to challenge in those particular drop spots. So I'm keeping my eye on, interestingly, bootcamp, nobody went there. Trying to see if any team tries to clash. Oh, Hatin is going to be interesting. Your favorite circle, Choo-Choo, Hatin, and action is going to start inside of Paradise Resort first.
It's going to be Hell Resort by now. Looking how H2O forcing this fight against Axis. And Axis, one knockdown for now, but no trading or no conversion yet happened. But we do have three teams instead of two. GE happens to stand by as well. It's going to be three-way war on top of Paradise Resort. It depends on who gets curious first to actually leave out their comfort zone and start to fight against each other. But if there's any of the team trying to disengage at first, because it's a bit too early here, Cloud. We're still in the first circle, and just less than 2 minutes into the game itself, we already start to have a couple of skirmishes too early on.
You know what? I do notice that H2O and Axis, they have been clashing with each other for many maps now, ever since like either yesterday or the day before. So I don't know, is that like some sort of like a challenge that they have between the two teams? Like, hey, okay, we will always drop at the similar drop point and we will always fight just to see who has the bragging rights.
The bragging rights is a big statement for these guys. I mean, like, it's going to be you flexing over the team and maybe just sort things out before the playoffs, right? So they need to have that sort of an aura or that sort of an impact for these teams to actually fear them when it comes to the playoff itself. So today is super important for the teams to actually giving their best play, just to give a bit of an impact when it comes to the playoff, not to challenge these certain territories, because just how well they can defend it as well. Well, instead of GE, GE is one of a very interesting for my side as well. They are the teams that know how to take advantage of certain plays, but we do have Falcon starting to take a bit of a pinch against Switch Point. But it's quite far between the distance between them. It's going to be around 200 meters apart. So I don't think Falcon is 100% committed to it. Just maybe giving up a couple of warning shots.
Yeah, I guess so. We can see the distance between the two teams. So they should be okay for now, unless they're forced to move by the circle. But we're moving back to Paradise Resort. Not only two teams, but 3 teams, including GE, is in this. But one team seems to disengage, but GE, they are not letting this go that easy. Axis, looks like they choose to fight against GE, but GE, just look at the spread. They have someone on the high ground on the rooftop. They have a couple of people on the second floor on the other end. So they kind of have Axis covered.
Hopefully they get fully covered, or they might have to fight against another team. GE feels like they're slowly crawling into the lair of Axis for now, but I'm not sure if they're being spotted just yet. Smile. Smiling onto his side of Axis. It's not going to be smiling anymore as Virgil will be wiping off. Devastated to be knocked down too early. Nasty got a bit of a trade to do, but both players being knocked down. No conversion for the point yet, as Ichi gonna hop into the sidelines to help Smart to revive. Same goes for Nasty, as Virgil keeping his toes up and standing back on his feet. They're planting the seed of fear towards the side of Axis, making them a bit paranoid to make a move. Now GE, will they still take the fight, or they part ways here?
Yeah, I mean, I could understand the confidence level for Axis. I mean, just by looking at their current place in overall rankings versus GE. GE is kind of up there, so GE naturally has more momentum. But Nasty, well, maybe they have the, like what we talk about, right? The nothing to lose mindset, and they seem to be having that now. Wes is all alone though. He needs his teammates to come quickly to back him up, but they don't know that Wes is there. Oh no!
Nobody got a clue, and this is going to be the perfect time. What a clear side here. Just to spray things over, leaving only Baby left behind. Last remaining member of Axis. And it's going to be 3 secured eliminations. Easy points, not breaking any sweat. Coming up from GE and still chasing the tails to the side of Axis. Baby. Now they still want to finish things off with Axis. Not going to give it a go. And then Baby with a shotgun. Managed to knock one down, but didn't secure any points. A set for one. Axis again. Not being able to show what they are made of. A bit too early to leave things out here, the first one. It's just so hard from them.
It's like what you always like to say, Choo Choo. That was a surprise, motherfucker. I mean, they didn't check their corners, unfortunately. Like, that guy was proning there for the longest time. Waited for every single one of Axis to just show themselves. And with one spray he got 2, his teammate came in at the right timing, got another one, and it was just an easy rush in to just finish off Baby.
I mean, like, Wes was biding his time, slowly crawling towards the side of Axis. I'm surprised I didn't hear him crawling towards them in the first place. Now, how can they not look through the grasses? Because they were right across him. It's going to be a really comfortable cleanups just now coming up from the side of GE, and that was definitely easy eliminations for them. Even though the last one man was all well worth it. I mean, like, they didn't even lose any men. It was H2O losing one man that giving Axis at one point early on. But H2O, I swear to God, they are definitely glad they didn't just overcommit themselves in that sort of in this sort of a precarious situation. But we do have visitors coming from BG to the side of West Point Mamba challenging the Titans this time.
Oh, the number 1, number 2 teams fighting against each other, but looks like West Point Mamba has an advantage by taking out Amura. Irmas just behind the wall. The DBS gameplay. 1v1 DBS, and Irmas comes out on top.
We're not done yet, as Irma's still gonna finish things off and cleaning up all the house that needed to be here. Spot out Enigma along the way, Caps. They greeted warmly by the side of Irmas. I'm surprised how West Point Mamba just shift their attention from one fight to the other with a short amount of time. Just swing it over and just find another team casually just shooting over their side.
Oh, wait, John takes out a member of SKR somewhere else. Not too sure what's happening. Looks like another clash happening. Alright, so it looks like it's going to be a long range. But with that long range too, they managed to secure an elimination. And SKR, wait, what? That fast? We didn't even get a visual of them.
Even APG butting their business into that fight as well. I'm surprised that they got caught by 2 teams in a short amount of time. It is, I mean, like, I was hoping and looking forward for SKR when it comes to last day. Yeah, we saw how diligent they were when it comes to week number 1. But it feels like everything falling off through the river and things just crumbles down when it comes to the fundamentals, when it comes to week number 2 as well. But when it comes to Circle, we definitely have only one side of the island, which is going to be right on the southern part of Painan. We might end up on top of Painan here, Cloud.
Oh, yeah, that's a possibility there. So let's see if it happens. But the confirmed thing is that the whole circle is within the Ruins Island. So that's kind of fun for me, meaning that there will be choke points that teams will bump into each other and things will go really, really fast. But it's already fast enough if you ask me. We're already like, what, 2 teams down? And we're just in the second circle. Man, this is the new Sanhok that we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm loving this. A lot of wildcard teams are sending their messages early when it comes to the final day itself, showing what they have to offer, what they're made of. The training, all this while, they're committed their entire life for this last moment. They need to make it through. And the first place when it comes to the playoff, if I'm not mistaken, will directly get into the Sea League or the Super South Asia League as well. So they have a lot at stake here when it comes to this team. But BG, they lost early on. Heavy toll on them with 2 men nowhere to be found already, starting off with only a duo. They have to play a bit more safe. We do have Vipers. This is going to be the team that's trying to hunt down the players. But for FVE, it's going to be interesting as we have all 4 men swimming wide, wide ocean. And they're keeping their cool inside of this ocean as well. I mean, like, they're not even trying to find a boat. Not wasting any more time, just gonna swim over. Why not?
Yeah, I know it's a hot weather today. I mean, at least where I'm at, so can't blame them for going for the swim. But I guess it's practically or objectively, it's better than you trying to go for the bridge because majority of the teams will be on the main peninsula, and if you go to the obvious places, that's where you need to take fights. And if we look at FVE, they are in a position where they could still qualify to the next round, so they wouldn't want to risk that.
Well, they are not in jeopardy when it comes to get themselves relegated. So they definitely, I feel like they are in the middle brackets of a team. So it feels like we're going to watch and stay with them when it comes to the playoff. But the teams that's really in the corner right now, we're talking about Actives being eliminated early on. Same goes for Hishto. Enigma, surprisingly, is not performing at all when it comes to week number 2. I'm not sure what kind of problems they have to sort things out. But it just didn't work out for the entire week for them.
Yeah, I know, right? But anyway, today is the last day. Whatever it is a final moment for them to collect points. And at this point, right, because of this current format, we don't really know who is in the running. We're not really shown like, okay, this is these are the teams that will definitely make it through or close enough to make it through. We'll need to make our own assumptions. So these teams might have made their calculations, but then again, they need to look at the overall. There could be some other teams that could take over them. So that's why we will be seeing these teams like, if they know that they can't have a chance, I think they will kind of play it safe. But for teams that kind of know that their chances are really slim or they do not have any more chance, those teams will be the parasites.
Yeah, they need to have a bit of a pace of a change here. This is the right time for them to have the right mindset for the playoff as well. But at the same time, nobody's is safe for now. Except for those actually in the first page. They have a very comfortable seat when it comes to the playoff still. But the circle shifted again. Like we mentioned earlier, it's going to be right across Painan. But how willing they are for a battle for these teams here. How willing they need to risk for the higher rewards. Back to the side of Switchpoint. Now, Switchpoint is going to be one of the interesting teams that I have my eyes on too. They always know where to rotate. But when it comes to technicalities, when it comes to the fundamentals of the firepower, that's where things get a bit of a loose end for them. Like, they're having a bit of problem to communicate within themselves, to unite as a team, to move as a unit, to just execute things.
Oh!
But at least this time they got it right as Dabe. Shot fired!
Almost.
And got straight on go up. He switched over from the DBS into M416. The moment he hit the car, just gonna leave the compound. Got himself such a clean execution as well. But it's not gonna be enough. They need more eliminations for that. But at least they got one as a start.
Yeah, at least you got one. Because we know that there's a possibility of not getting anything, and the possibility has heightened this season. When I put focus on the rain, he knows someone's there. He's hearing the footsteps. Spoogel. Oh, wait a second. Andrew coming from the flank. And that is the plan spoiled. But Spoogel managed to toss his nade. But they managed to evade as well, so that nade will not bring them any benefit.
I mean, like, Rain, that's the worst timing possible to prone over stuff, and there's nowhere for them to actually help us pull down next, as Chanlo making sure they're going to be a bit of a follow-up coming up from the side of Falcon. Now, Speed, on the other hand, where to look over. They just spotted out the others of Falcon. Andrew almost bleeding out at the same time. Rain nowhere to be saved here, as Chanlo moving forward, trying to just go and close things up, but they're not making it any easier for the side of Vipers, just hovering around, exchanging nades for now for the side of DJ. Vipers have to pull back and just disengage because they are losing way too much in a very short amount of time.
Oh, Falcons losing health as well. And they could lose more players if they don't get into the zone quickly. But at the same time, Vipers will stop that tracks. But look at this, H2O seems to be busy as well. H2O managed to get one out of GE. But they're not done yet. Those 2-3 left. The nade onto H2O, almost getting Labo. But H2O, they are super low right now. And plus, they are still on the outside of the circle. They need to win this fight quickly. 55 more seconds on the clock.
There's only 2 players left for the side of H2O. It's going to be round 2 for them versus against the GE team. But still, Burmese go being eliminated. We have no clue what happened, but it's going to be FVE cleaning off the floor towards the side of BG. Yeah. Falcon, on the other hand, now guarding over heavily to the side of Vipers, denying their entry point towards the circle. But we're looking over right on top of Pino with YG getting himself very comfortable when it comes to inside of the Pino himself. But GE versus H2O, there's no curveball being tossed out for the side of H2O. There's no way for them to actually outnumbered in the side of GE. But still, GE getting himself quite a number of elimination, dominating right now.
Oh yeah, they are. GE, they're on the roll so far. 7 elimination points in total, currently leading the charts. But I do feel for H2O again. Still no chicken dinner at all. With 3 more games to go, they better at least get one. I really wanted to see them at least get a chicken dinner poster up.
I mean, like, for H2O and Axis, they're kind of stuck in the last few places of the overall rankings. It's just really tough for them to actually call things out when they try to change their strategy. But we do have Moxie from afar. Finish off by Spooky. That's going to be 100 meters apart, but still securing with that long shots coming up from the high heels. But we do have the next one, Enigma, challenging Sen to have a bit of a brawl here. But I'm not sure if Sin want to take up the bait, but they can actually force things out. They have to cut across for Sin because they are at the edge of the blue zone. We do have APG on the other end as well. So, like it or not, Sin, they have to take this fight! It's right across! It's going to be a splat from Caps to the side of Vic! That's brutal!
It is! How many times we have seen splats happening so far? But then, hey, where did it come from? Oh, it's gonna be from Cooper! He was proning to toss that name. What a sneaky move from Cooper!
It's just emphasizing how Enigma wants it so bad. But side of Sen versus Falcon next. Leaving with Holy Lanju here. 1 elimination in their hands. That's not going to be enough. He has to be extra careful, very delicate when it comes to approaching towards the center of a circle. But how to go through without fighting anybody, that's his plan right now. How to survive as long as he can. Back to a side of West Point Myanmar. They fought against another team just now, one of the Titans as well, which was a team that's on the top chart. Gotten some 3 eliminations, but Falcon got out the kid. Oh, what a crispy spray. That didn't even whiff any tiny bit.
Nice spray control there. I mean, they are one of the best teams around. That's why they're playing this tournament. But now we'll be reviewing the circle. Looks like the possibility of the circle ending onto Ruins Island is pretty much 100%. I know that there's a small percentage to go back onto the main peninsula, but I think it's very unlikely. So we would expect teams to focus on getting into the Ruins Island. But we did talk about APG early on the show, and Shroud had to go down. APG down to the last 2 men.
Well, APG, really tough for them playing as a duo. We do have a lot of team going for duo, but APG duo or not, still securing Cooper to a sort of Enigma. And now Enigma losing men as well. You know what? They're going to equal out the play field here. Enigma leaving with 1 player left. Spooky managed to get a bit of a slap back to the side of Kid. But it's not going to be that easy for him to finish everybody off. Leaving with 1 man behind. SP, YG versus Falcon next as Loki pick up on Andrew. And Cloud Finished off by FOD as well. Some players are still on the outside of the play zone. 1 second. They've been in this point in the longest time. This is their turf, and they can show how powerful they can defend this as long as they want it to be.
Yeah, they hardly needed to move. The circle favored them, and that's always something that you can't complain about. But speaking about the zone, you mentioned some teams spending too much time. Kai went down. G-Lab might lose one player. But now Marnet spots out Panda on the other side. Panda managed to slip away. Panda is still alive, but FOD, they're breaking records for themselves in this round. At least 5 elimination points now.
Oh my god. What a sad ending for Enigma and APG at the same time. It feels like a fish eat fish world, where the last person actually winning was West Point Mamba. Finish off the skirmishes between sort of APG and also Enigma, as we speak about all the other teams fighting it. But look at how Loki, how the team make this man work so much for the team as well. He's been guarding heavily to a side of GE. There's no way in for the side of GE because of how Loki just got into his angle. But Romeo will start to leaving out loose ends here. We're talking about Marnet. Might have to give extra hand to the side of YG due to Romeo being knocked down. Still no exchange of points between SP and YG for quite some time, but another team being eliminated here. Astin just settled down in 7th place.
Wow, look at the circle. FOD has the compound. And in this compound, there's a lot of open space between them and everywhere else, so that will be the fortress. But now putting focus onto SP, they need to fight their way through. They're coming on the outside of the circle. They need to win the fight, but Panda will be eliminated.
YG just so comfortable getting himself in this compound with this circle. Everything works and on their end with every condition sig here. We're looking over GE trying to cut across. They're still having a bit of a problem. Loki a bit too distracted towards what's happening at the back line. Now GE got himself a leeway just into towards the loophole where Romeo Boy just couldn't make it through this time. Managed to just slowly sinking into where they want it to be. And now West Point Mamba are hammering to the side of YG. They're kind of in a bit in the middle of the battle for the side of YG. Mane got himself a reset. Federalis tossing about the utilities and swarming with their utilities as well. West fighting on FOD as well. And Romeo Bot finally being knocked down here. This is the opening day they need. We're down to these 3 teams fighting over Pioneer right now. Only one will survive.
Oh no, say hello to 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. If the circle moves away, that's it. It's going to be all out warfare. West has the high ground. He's on the rooftop. He sees where the other teams are at, but can't find a good angle. But Loki being gunned from behind. Always be careful of your back, ladies and gentlemen. Federalists will be happy to take that point.
YG, they should have got this in their hands. 1 second. Next, Michi. Take it on, Ichi. Well, that really feels like they're twin there. But at the same time, GE and also West Point Mamba happen to exchange their battle here. But Morales on the ground, Smalls going in. West taking the high grounds and Masaji taking it with DBS. No, West Point Mamba, Michi trying to swap over and get himself a reset. Trying to do a bit of a fair assessment, but plays didn't finish off 1 second. YG leaving with 1 man behind. It's going to be tough for YG right now as West and the rest of GE start to sweep the floor clean. Michi with the DBS trying to work his corners out. Tossing over that Molly, but Ichi's faster. But got burned and barbecued. It's not going to be enough. The DBS. Goodness me, the exchange with the Morales makes such a good point here. Oh, it's still going on with the blue zone shrinking even further.
It's crazy. Their movement by West Point Mamba just so seamless. But GE now's not done yet. He has a nade. Really toss the nade onto the right side. But looks like now West Point Mamba, they managed to pick up their teammate. And now YG is still waiting for the right moment to gun them down. YG has the high ground on the second floor. GE on the other end on the lower ground. Fully know that his opponent's there. One DBS shot and West is down.
Morning! I mean, like, YG was losing all the blue zone. Couldn't have enough, but so close, Morning. Last second health. It's like 1% HP left. Goodness me, still managed to survive by the blue zone. It's all about the time here. 1v1 is going to be back to the Mexican fight. But Federalis trying to revive, but there's no time left. He's barely making it into the safe zone.
Oh.
Joseph safe for the sake of YG. Marnet, he clinched through this. This caliber of play by this one guy. Goodness me.
My goodness, Joseph shooting at the right timing. But now we're 1v1 Marnet or Joseph to secure the first chicken dinner for today. Can YG do it again? Can YG repeat whatever they did in the last game yesterday with a chicken dinner? Can they get a 2 chicken dinner back to back? But looks like it's going to be 50-50 here if you ask me, but Marnet is taking the higher ground, so slightly more advantage to him.
But he still got himself quite a number of utilities for Joseph. If he tosses around 2 nades, there's going to be more than enough to finish off Marnet straight head on. But I'm not sure how many utilities do Marnet have. None! There's only bandages working for him right now. That nade will be cause of his death there. It's going to be his bane if he got right at the perfect angle. For the side of Joseph, he's thinking about tossing it over, but he's no clue where the perfect toss will be. For him to actually just play around with a grenade. They'll clear by giving away his position. Exploiting himself where Joseph is. Marnet just happens to stand. No. And there goes the spray.
No.
YG, what a play. Marnet, I mean, they were pinched. They've been brawled. They've been cornered. But YG taking this triumph with so much diligence coming out from their side.
Yesterday in the final game, they managed to get a chicken dinner with 20 eliminations. Here it is again, ladies and gentlemen. Another chicken dinner for YG. I believe this is the first back-to-back chicken dinner that a team has had in the wildcard so far. YG, they are showing experience. Pays it off.
They're definitely turning up the heat when it comes to the final day of the league itself there for the Wildcard 2023 Spring PUBG Mobile. I mean, like, this is a curveball thrown so big of a swing coming up from YG. They were being stuck in between. They're in such a tough ordeal at first versus West Point Mamba and GE on the other side. They were in the center of attention of the fight itself. But, you know, I don't know how Marnet get out from that mess in the first place. How did he survive? As that's high caliber, one of the best caliber play that we've seen for the entire 2 weeks of this league itself, Cloud. I mean, like, if you're in his shoes for Marnet, it is so much work. He put off such weight for the team as well.
Yeah, and that's why I'm in my own shoes, sitting here chilling, watching them play. But I have to agree, like that entire Pioneer, there was like what? 3 teams, 4 teams in the same area, and they have very little space to play with, but somehow Marnet could get out of that. And the teams that were playing in there, they are not small teams. They're like West Point Mamba, they're like GE teams that we know have a lot of firepower, but it could still come up. Despite only 2 eliminations, I'm not going to deny him the MVP. He brought the chicken dinner to the team.
He did that solo-handedly and fighting against FOD in last minute. We have to thank John from FOD in the first place, finding the West Point Mamba players who were left with 2 players, at least, like one of them being knocked down. But still, it's going to be the teams to watch here. West Point Mamba, YG and FOD. These are the top 3 teams that survived in the last few rounds. And GE, I'm not shocked if they got themselves quite a high eliminations number being secured, because we saw how they were bulldozing and how they were on rabbit and just run and gun the entire Sunhawk just now.
Oh yeah. FOD did play a big role as well. But nevertheless, it's going to be West Point Mamba, still one of the top teams to watch. Despite them going out earlier than a couple of other teams, they still managed to get like what? 14 eliminations or 15, something like that, around that number. So overall points is still really, really good for them. Plus, it does help that they have a fairly significant gap than Burmese Ghosts, and Burmese Ghosts went out fairly early. So it's kind of like a no-brainer. West Point Mamba, they will extend their lead in the overall charts.
And also West Point Mamba got themselves quite a comfortable cleanups when it comes to certain rotation just now. They have to be in the right spot at the right time that the other teams are fighting against each other. But this is one of the best highlights coming up with West. There was three players of a team that being finished off straight by this one particular guy. And there's so many exchanges of DBS in between. And this was Switch Point got himself a very clean execution. We saw so many off-timing and off-angle shots from certain players that didn't expect somebody to be lurking, just eyeing out towards them, and it happens to be somebody there. It's always somebody when it comes to Sunhawk, right? You cannot be comfortable or just be, relaxed when it comes to small map.
Yeah, and as we did talk about West Point Mamba's elimination collection, and 13 eliminations bringing them 18 total points, despite only 5 rank points. just look, okay, who was above them? Okay, YG was above them, FOD was above them, they got more rank points, but because of the amount of eliminations that West Point Mamba dished out, 18 total points, leaving YG behind by a difference of 3 points.
That's a very close gap here right now. But at the same time, I'm loving how GE getting himself also another team with double elimination points. It just shows that they really want to go for eliminations today. GE, they have no care in the world when it comes to their positions and ranking. When it comes to chicken, they don't care about that anymore. It's not their priority at this point. They just want to go for the kills here. But when it comes to the top 4, still, when it comes to the overall ranking, West Point Mamba taking the lead. But look at the gap between the 2nd till maybe the 6th place. It's so close. And it's within reach for these guys, but West Point Mamba just open up the stretch of the gap even furthermore, feeling like they're giving up a huge statement. You know what? When it comes to the playoff, we might getting them ourselves at number 1 again.
I like to see PBE as well getting a chicken dinner for themselves. They're the only team with no chicken, no problem, still holding on to page number 1. But on the other hand, page number 2, disappointing showing from H2O and Axis. I would love to see more from them. Maybe Axis did kind of okay, but they got backstep. But I think overall it's still very disappointing. I really want to see more from H2O and Axis.
No, like for H2O, if like an example, if things can change for the side of H2O and Axis, what would you change in their shoes here?
I think. Well, I don't know if this is practical, but I like to think that they got to change their mindset, because I don't know whether it's like they have some sort of like challenge between the both of them, like they will always drop into the same drop spot, and it has happened for at least a day or two already. I kind of noticed that, and by doing so, one team could be handicapped, could be eliminated, and if they really want to go for the chicken dinner, at least getting a poster. Well, Axis has one, H2O doesn't. Maybe they should just play like any other team.
We're gonna have to talk deeper into that sort of a point, but before that, don't forget to follow us on our social media. We're gonna have the fan page for any region that you are at right now, including the YouTube and also the TikTok. So fan page is gonna be Facebook. Don't forget to follow us on PUBG Mobile MY if you happen to be a Malaysian, and also the PUBG Mobile Esports for the YouTube. Same goes for PUBG Mobile Malaysia for the YouTube as well. And our TikTok is gonna be PUBGMobile.esports.sg for the English ones. But the others, we do have for Philippines Esports for PUBG Mobile fan page. We do have the Cambodians, Myanmar, and also the TikTok for Philippines and Myanmar alongside with that. So if you happen to have yourself very cool cosmetic, very cool gameplays, make sure to tag us along. Now, for our top Iranga performance, we're gonna hop back into the conversation when it comes to Axis and H2O. But before that, giving a highlight for GE, FOD, YG, and Osja.
Yeah, so GE, let's see, GE is doing fairly okay. They are on page number 1, FOD as well, page 1, YG page 1, and Osja, they are in the top three, the last we saw them. So I think these are definitely the teams to watch, and we have 2 Iranga rounds. If I can't think about it, overall out of this 4, I do like GE's play style. I think they are really aggressive, and it's shown by their elimination points. They're already at 89. 11 more to go, and they will hit that 100 mark, matching West Point Mamba at least. So, yeah, continue on, GE. Bring us some entertainment.
Now for the next map, we're going to hop onto Erangel, the first Erangel of our final day here, where we don't have Group D playing, which is going to be Enigma, GE, Falconer, and H2O. So speaking of back for our main topic of H2O and Axis, feels like I agree with the mental changes that they need to have a different mindset inside, but I also have a bit of a curiosity about their response, and for a fact that they have to give up certain compound when they work out for them. Yes, they are more familiar, more comfortable with certain compound as their initial drop spot, but sometimes it's best to give it away when you're trying to challenge it too many times and they work out. In their case, they didn't work out for the entire 2 weeks, and they have to have a bit of a pace change, but nothing happened by far. Feels like they're doing the same thing, rinse and repeat, and just going down the hill even further more, and they just cannot get out from that vortex. Now for the next match, Erangel, what do you have in mind when it comes to your prediction?
Let's see. My predictions, I believe it was. There you go. Thanks for putting it up. I'm sure everyone was surprised, like, oh, why Axis down there? I mean, we've seen the performance, yada, 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 and so on. But come on, guys. Prediction is a prediction, but I also want to use this opportunity to show my support to Axis. I really want them to do well. We've always been supporters of teams on page number 2. So page number 2 teams come on. On top of that as well, Vipers, also, it hasn't been their week. They were also on the 18th spot, also towards the end of the overall charts. So Vipers is another team that I think that if they want to get into the top 16 to the grand finals, they might just do it by the skin of their teeth, but they still cannot let go points just like that.
I agree. They're barely safe. Actually, they are in the red zone or in the warning spot where they might be relegated if they cannot actually outperform themselves today. But speaking of my predictions here, we do know for a fact PBE, when it comes to this sort of a map wrangle, they are very comfortable with it. They are very balancing it out. I have to say they are very balancing it regarding their eliminations and also their positions, as well as SP. Now, SP do have the upper hand when it comes to their strategy and rotations. But when it comes to the brawls, the fights, the CQC, they have a bit of a problem to keep their composure in. So sometimes get a bit panicky about that situations. For the side of APG, I feel like they have more to offer to us. It feels like they know what they're doing, but sometimes the timing just a tiny bit off. And I love the fact they're putting Axis on the second place, but the thing, that one of your predictions. But the thing is, what I want to see from Axis is like baby steps, right? You don't have to really outperform all the other team with a wow, sort of a brilliant, amazing, bizarre performance. It's like a baby step at a time. What I'm looking for the second page, at least, is not being fallen off behind way too much. At least the gap is still within reach. But right now we're looking over for H2O and also Axis. In this case, it's just too big of a gap. Feels like they're being left behind and nowhere to be seen here.
Yeah, I do have a bad feeling for both teams, but I guess right now the best that they can do is just to entertain us. It's just to give at least the fans something to cheer about, something at least like, okay, I know our camping is ended, we have ended our PMPL run, but at least this is a chicken dinner for you guys. And to me, H2O, I think it's the same for both of us. We have very nostalgic memories of them, so hopefully they were able to show us something. And if I remember correctly as well, when they were playing PMPL Season 1, they didn't get a single chicken dinner at that time. So, I mean, this another season in the PMPL, despite it's a wildcard, still a PMPL, but this should be their moment. This is the time they really need to take to grasp and shows the fans that, you know, they could still do something out of it.
But I think they managed to get last minute chicken dinner, right? Where the entire arena stands up for them, clapping out for H2O.
Oh.
Remember that one time, like it was the last few days of the league itself, where they finally secured the one chicken that we're waiting for, right?
That was another team. That was
Was it? There's another Singaporean team, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
There was another.
Yes, it was another one. I remember because we all gave the standing ovation
Yeah.
and everyone was like cheering.
Even all the other players were cheering as well.
Yeah, it was crazy that time. All the other players gave the standing ovation. My goodness, what team was that again? I need to fact check that.
Yeah, we forgot that.
It was definitely one of the Singaporean teams.
Yeah, I mean, like, we are looking for that kind of performance, at least, because H2O is one of the teams that kind of marked themselves a long time since the dawn of PUBG Mobile, since the start of PMP in the first place. But it's just what make it so hard for them. I just couldn't fathom or just couldn't have a grasp about the idea why is it feels like they're hitting the wall for such a long time. Sometimes you have to stand out a bit and be the third party and just look over what did they do so wrong that just couldn't actually have the hurdle to hop through it. It just feels like they are kind of stuck there for the longest time there. It's like what, 5 years now? And it's still there.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So I did a fact check.
Oh,
So it
yeah.
was Yeah, I had to. It was impunity. Yeah. So H2O never got a chicken dinner at that time, and so far, doesn't look like they try to push it. So come on, guys. 3 more games. Give us something to cheer about. I want to do the standing ovation at my own bedroom here.
I mean, like, we do get the point that H2O do. I mean, like, the fishes do prefer H2O water in the first place because chicken and water don't really gel well, but I mean, like, is it something that have to do with the branding itself? But I'm looking for at least baby steps, right? At least baby step for H2O as a start. Maybe prioritizing over one objective instead of balancing both at the same time. Like just focus on placement. How Switch Point been playing? Example, the best example here is gonna be Switch Point. How they were adapting. Like, you know what? These guys, the firepower just ridiculously strong. They're just doing really monster amount of kills at a short amount of time. So why not we take one thing a step ahead, like slowly, like how they did. They go for placement, they go for rotations, like how to avoid this really unnecessary fights in the first few circles. That's what they did. So they're starting to build things up one by one instead of try to overwhelm themselves with so much things to do at a time. This is what it feels like for H2O Response right now. They are overwhelming themselves with too many things they want to do at one point.
Yeah, first thing, stop clashing with axes. Let's take that really baby step and just do your own thing, you know. Okay, so the best this week, just going through the numbers, they've gotten themselves a 4th place finish with 5 eliminations. That's not too bad, you know. That's okay. So if they can just like keep to that same mentality, I think with the last 3 games that they'll be playing, they should be able to at least close the campaign with 1.
That's true. I know you guys cannot wait to see the game itself, but we're waiting for the players to get ready in the lobby and the lobby to start. So you know, I'm just gonna, you guys have to bear with us for a minute. But also I want to take this minute to actually thank all the viewers out there that have been following us since day number 1, and whoever just started to follow us as well. Thank you so much for your support, because we're not done yet for the wildcard, SEA Wildcard for the Spring 2023 PMPL, because we still have the playoff, which I'm not mistaken, it's going to be the 3rd of March till the 5th of March, right? Right at the start of my birthday as well. That's going to be 3rd of March. So you guys owe me something. So it's going to be you guys owing me my wishes and also a dinner from Sir Cloud.
Mr. Manager, please, you know what to do.
I have to work on my birthday, guys, so come on, cut me some slack, okay? But also, speaking of the other teams now, I want to see how the top teams of this caliber, when it comes to wildcard, when we match up in the playoff as well. Like, example here, West Myanmar. We haven't seen this strong of a performance from wildcard itself. Usually we feel like, okay, this team got themselves a first place for wildcard, but it's just not that big of a gap. It's not too dominating. It feels like everybody on the same level of standard, but it feels like West Myanmar giving off us a different benchmark coming up from wildcard. Do you think they are ready to fight against like the Thais, Indonesian teams, even Vietnam, and even Malaysians here?
I mean, okay, if we look at the history of wildcard teams, normally when they go up to the Southeast Asia stage, it's always a struggle for them. But frankly speaking, just looking at West Point Mamba and how they've been playing, their movement is just seamless. We just saw that in Sana, how they cover each other. I do think that they stand a chance. I mean, I don't know if I want to say that they'll be champions of Southeast Asia, but I think that they will give the country PMPL teams a run for their money.
No, that's bringing us into the context of how much can they push. I mean, like, at the same time, West Mamba, they've been building their character throughout the entire league. That's what I love about league. It gives the player the space and the time to actually build up to the playoff itself. But at the same time, I imagine if we have finally a wildcard team that can secure champions for SEA, that's going to be the first in the history of PMPL itself.
Yes, it is. It is. I think so far, if you talk about a wildcard team, the one that I have a fond memory of is going to be Orange, but that was way back then. But it's not about them being the champions or whatever. It's just that they created a comeback story of their own. But a champion per se, well, we haven't seen one. So yeah, I really do hope that now that we're part of the wildcard this season, there's some sort of like this attachment to it. I really do hope that a wildcard team do show up when it comes to the PMSL later on.
Well, we're gonna have to wait and see if that happens one day. Hopefully it will happen here, Cloud, because this is like one of the most promising league coming up from wildcard so far that we've casted throughout so many years, right? But we also want to see if there's any team will put a run for their money on West Mamba when it comes to Erangel, the OG map. I want to see, can PBE overrun all the other teams and garner so much point? Can they actually get themselves at #1 spot in the last minute? Let's just jump into our first Erangel.
And it is irregular, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Match number 2, week number 2, day number 5 of the league. And the flight path will come from the top. Take it from the top, they say. Stauber all the way down to Primos. A little slightly skewed toward the left, but not too bad, I must say. I think that most teams will be able to end up in their regular draw slots, so that should be okay. But I'm seeing like 2 teams heading towards Stauber. One of it is SP, another one is probably Vipers.
We cannot complain. In fact, we got our entertainment a bit too early, yeah? And speaking of Erangel, this is a map where they want to get the elimination points the best and the most if they can. Because we do know for a fact that Myanmar, yes, is a map that everybody kind of comfortable with, but it's just so hard for them to actually garner themselves that much point unless they got themselves quite a geography to work with. But practically Erangel, this is where everybody can get a fair play, a fair field here at the same time. But do we look... I think I have a feeling that, yeah, Switch Point Vipers might actually have a bit of skirmishes, especially Dabe is a bit too much of exploring, too deep into Kamishki, right in the center of Vipers. I'm not sure about this right now.
Yeah, kind of worried for him. He is still floating to Kamishki. Is he gonna land straight into Kamishki? I don't know. But okay. Yeah, now he's kind of surrounded, so he better get out that fast. Hopefully he gets a vehicle and just leave that place.
I just hope he managed to land, because you knew for a fact that sometimes the players can actually spot out this is not our teammate. We might actually just shoot him down when he's parachuting himself down at the same time. West Point Mamba feels like they are sharing the same sort of fate, with one player Mix just stealing the vehicle right under their noses and flee. They let this happen from Osja.
Yes, they almost got mixed though. Oh man, that was super duper close. If only they got in a couple more shots, then they'll be fine. But they're not done yet, the mix. Oh, I know West One Mamba has a gap, but come on guys, not this way.
It's not done yet.
Oh no.
He's following up through, but it's a bit too late for Osja right now. I feel like they're devastated at the only vehicle to actually spot on being stolen away by these guys. But they finally land themselves a buggy for Osja. They're definitely not happy for the fact that Mix just now coming up from West Point Mamba managed to secure that one vehicle that should have been theirs from the start.
Yeah, that kind of dampened their hopes and dreams of securing a vehicle, a proper vehicle at least. Now they have to depend on this motorcycle, and luckily the motorcycle has an extra seater. Like some motorcycles, it's like only the 2-seater, but that also means that they still need to leave for their players. Imagine if they had the car still, all 4 of them could still go around, but West Point Mamba had to do that. And not only that, they didn't really use that car. It was just like take that car and what's the right word for it? Just deny it from their opponent, and they take the boat and go back onto military base, their regular drop spot.
At least they're safe and sound for now. Boat or any type of vehicles, as long as they can make it work, it's gonna be all right. Even though you lose some, you win some for some teams, right? In this case, they might lose their mobility of that certain vehicles. They've been stolen away. But back to sort of Sen on top of school right now. Got himself a bison. Definitely he's not happy with it. He's trying to find himself a couple of rifles to work with. I'm not sure about Holy Lunge's plan, but definitely he's exploring for the rest of the team just to scout things out in case somebody happened to be passing by. So he always will be the one isolated person for Sin, if you notice, for Holy Lunge. He always a bit more on the outskirts and trying to scout and just mark their perimeters and just making sure everybody's safe first. Feels like he's the mommy for the team, you know, and just to make sure everybody's feeded well first, then only he get himself that meal for the day.
Wow. Okay. That's very mommy-like thinking of you. Now we know next time what will be the sequence. It's like, okay, whatever happens, it's like the kids eat first, mommy eats second, daddy eats last.
Yeah, that is always the saddest part. And no children at the age of like what their toddler age would want to be with their daddy at first. And usually after their toddler, like when they are actually like 5 years and older, they start to a bit more clingy towards a daddy. But I don't know why we're talking about children here. We're definitely too old for this right now as we speak into this very deep discussion. Back to the side of TX. Now TX, this is the team that we don't know where to put our fingers onto them. Feels like sometimes they did something so right, but there are times they did something so definitely wrong.
Yeah, it's like if I were to look at it overall, okay, they can get a 4th place finish, which is not bad, and the next round they will get a number 11 and number 13, and then they can get a 4th again, and then number 6. It's like it's up and down for them. Even yesterday they got a chicken dinner, and the next round was like number 9th place, and then the following round 10th place, and then they have to end the day with a 3rd place. It's like they can't seem to get that level of consistency, so it's a little bit worrying for TX. Even though if they manage to get onto the grand finals without consistency, it's hard for TX.
You know what? The teams without any consistency, what they are, that in the look of my eyes, like they are the teams that have a bit of a personality disorder, right? They can't make up their mind whether to go like, you know, they're gonna go like Whisper Mama or they're gonna go for like Axis or H2. It's like they have this sort of a borderline personality disorder that they cannot stay consistent. Like sometimes they're doing things so great and so good, it's like a roller coaster ride for them the entire day. Feels like there are times that they got themselves the response that they need for the entire team. Their team comms works quite right as a unit. But there are times that just straight from the drop spot, they're gone for TX. I just wish, especially the drop spot part, because that's where they get really awkward for them. When one player starts to knock down by the other teams, the rest of the entire team jeopardize their safety just for their one person. And that caused the entire team to go down. Same goes like G Lab, how they were trying to save some of their mates in the circumstances they're not allowing them to do so, but they're forcing it way too much. That caused them too much at stake here when we talk about the league itself.
Yeah. But I don't know, sometimes it's also like maybe the mindset of like, nothing to lose. I mean, I've been saying that time and time again, right? Just because today is like the last day. Because we saw that between H2O and Axis, how they played. Even this round, H2O isn't playing. So that's probably the only reason we didn't see like Axis having early fights with another team. So that's why they could play their regular game, they drop into a regular draft spot, and now they're moving around trying to secure a good checkpoint. But if H2O is there, then everything just changes. So I think it's just the mindset of some of these teams, just putting it out there, just saying that, okay, last day, we might not even qualify, let's just have some fun.
I hope the messages sink deep for themselves when it comes to, you know what, like how, because we saw so many teams that actually have so much potential to actually get himself at the playoff and got relegated, and only show us what they can offer when it comes to the last few days or last few matches here. I'm really not happy with that kind of performance. I do want to see their consistency since the start, because things might change at the last minute. But we do have YG. This is one of the teams they should look out for, because they got themselves quite a brilliant play just now. Bizarre chicken dinner they got himself for YG previously, and they got quite a number of eliminations. And I'm loving how they offered us when it comes to the second week here. They had so much improvement coming up, and just something that we've never seen on this side of them, in different facets that are extremely different if we compare with previous seasons. YG, how much, what is their ceiling? How much can they just push out more when it comes to the playoffs still?
Yeah, I think YG, like what you said, I do agree that they could be one of those surprise teams that could pop up in the grand finals because of how they have improved themselves. But speaking about improvement, Axis with the first blood, my baby. Oh, one of female players managed to get the first knockdown. There's going to be a second knockdown for Axis. Looks like it's going to be an improvement this time around, but kind of spoke too soon. They lost Virgil and everyone else.
Feels like a deja vu. Now YG butting into this. They got himself Loki. Take it on, Panda. What a cleaning crew coming up from YG here. Easily, just comfortably getting all the eliminations in their hands, but they are taking a bit of a slap here on the side of Vipers. Same goes for TX. They're just having their nose into this business where they don't belong. And TX giving that statement right across their faces, as well as Rio finish off with 1 elimination, trading with one conversion of that point as well. But YG, are they still going to follow up to this? Because they are staying for more.
Speaking of staying for more, Jigsaw is staying, but I'm sure he doesn't want more of this. But yes, the DPS in hand, he got one, but then again, it's just too much for him to handle. DPS couldn't save him. SP is out.
Sin trying to finding all the other members of TX at the same time. Not going to just settle down just yet. While Vic legging around, trying to explore more. Where are the whereabouts, the other positions of the other teams. I'm not sure where YG is standing right now, as they got caught off guard by so many teams in between. They definitely pull back and just fall back for a bit just to reassess about where to go next. But for the side of Sin, they are quite isolated and segregated between themselves. Back side of KE. Sorry, I think you guys heard that noise. Something happened at the back. By KE.
Okay.
Devon, the IGL himself, might want to scout things out for the team first, but it just nobody's sharing them except for I think TX quite far off. They heard the gunshots earlier, so they're definitely not going to be safe if they just stand where they're at. So they have to make a move. If not, they might be sitting ducks for the next team here.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Now that the teams that we've seen being eliminated, they are like the bottom half teams. The top teams are still in this, so that could be a scary sign as well. Top teams are still in this. We know their firepower, West Point Mamba especially. So as long as they're still around, they could shake up a lot of other teams. But this time around, interestingly, West Point Mamba taking the slow rotation, tanking out the blue. We can see them dropping down to 50% health. Not a problem still, but they are taking their time. But I kind of understand because they went to Novo, so it's kind of far. So okay, West Point Mamba. Not that fast.
Based on the circle itself, it speaks the truth by going all north all the way. So it's better actually waited this out a bit later than the rest of the team that actually tried to get Santa, because of how One Direction, we talk about One Direction circles, definitely will be one of those right now, while Vipers stopping YG and also FOD, denying the entrance here by giving a bit of a welcome. With that fires and crispy shots coming out from a Nung, especially knocked down one for DJ. But I'm not sure if they can translate it to a point. It's quite a distance between them, and so many corners to cut across the buildings in between, making it so hard for them to land the shots quite right onto the side of Vipers.
Oh wow, everyone into Severny. That's like what, 1, 2, 3 teams at least inside Severny. Make that 4. Look at the minimap. So I wonder why Severny is like this hotspot for now, because there's still a lot of space to play. You can play on the high grounds or shooting range, but Severny seems to be the popular choice.
Yep. Same goes for sort of VE versus APG right now. They do want to go where they're at, towards the side of the teams that you mentioned around the high grounds. The elevations plays a big part, but Shroud giving away and overflowing inside of his car with the utilities, but it's not translating their movement here. With Tiv knocked down by the side of Marcus next. There's gonna be 3 in the hands of Marcus here. I'm not sure what happened to APG, but things are not working well for them. They definitely have to work things through when it comes to the communications, because it's just going downhill right now. And Shroud at the same time could go up to date. Might toss it over, never mind, spotted out Marcus on the other hand. Shroud trying to work out the space here, but Marcos and the rest of his SKR have better communications and better info to whereabouts of the APG as we speak.
Ooh, Shroud, the only man standing left. But they must be careful. Another team's on the high ground, so they could be third party. They could be crashed in. But Shroud's all alone, 1v3. It's gonna be tough. But before the Shroud get knocked down to exit, 2 more to go, Shroud. 2 more to go.
Being pressured heavily for the side of Shroud, hoping the smoke will not dissipate as soon, because he needs to actually heal himself, jumping down the window, trying to spot out the rest of SKR. But they are the teams of FVE Ranger from afar. You can run, but you can't hide. In the case of APG, Shroud tried so well to actually clutch for the entirety, but here comes FVE, not giving the reset point from the side of SKR. Coming in, Moxie strong with the rest of the team. I have no clue. Somebody's on his right side of the corner. And Raw going to join in with the rest of Cavalry, but I'm not sure how they're going to fare as Marco shot down on Moxie. And this is going to be really going downhill for FVE. They split out the players around the corner, and they just going Just give the corners vision to well as well. God!
My goodness, what happened to Rachel there? He missed those shots, he whipped it, and now he's paying for it. Now the rest of FVE need to clean it up, and luckily his teammates did not fail. FVE still alive with 5 elimination points. SKR out.
That was a failed rush coming out from MVE. They couldn't check the corners. They saw the smokes up, but didn't have a clue. There's somebody waiting right in the corner there. There's 2 of them at first. They almost lost it for the entire team. But for the side of Vipers, now I've been waiting at this side of the line for the longest time. YG Marnet has been run and gun. It's so proactive coming from Marnet, bringing so much work for the entire team, just pulling off his weight so well, getting after one knockdown to the other. The problem with coming up from Marnet of YG is just he couldn't eliminate the person that is being knocked down. They couldn't translate into 1 point yet still because of how much of a range in between them. The gap, he need to close things up. But Rainza, a split to a side of G-Lab. Feels like Ozja have their eyes on the side of G-Lab and will try to finish things off here.
Study. He's not going to survive this. They got him from left, right, and center, so that is it for him. Muskainen is down, Ranzer is down as well. Oh, just what's happening here? And G-Lab, the last man standing, Kai, will finish off, and it's none other than Ozja Esports winning the fight. Managed to get themselves 4 eliminations in total. They have to circle with the compound. Just need to reset and plan forward.
And back to the side, jumping to West Point Mamba. Federalis and Michi happen to be just cutting out on top of this shack. But we do know for a fact this shack is very risky to play with. You're giving away your position to those who are actually on the elevations. They can see right through that small window. If they hover the crosshair down the hill there. So it's going to be risky for Federalis and Michi to actually stay where they're at. They have to make a move because the Blues will shrink even further. And Marnet, on the other hand, secured quite some knockdowns, but not much of eliminations. They only got themselves 2 in the bag right now. For YG has been picking fight every single round or every single place they hop into the compound. It's just the distance making it so hard for them to clip things off with a Mini 14 in their hands. Joseph for FOD. Now, we have 3 teams sharing the same compound here. While we have another on top of shooting range. And we do know for a fact the circle just now way up in the north cloud. Some of them even don't have gears to work with, including Ranger. No helmet here.
I'm not a fan of a play inside a shooting range. It's like a crater with a lot of open space. So if they need to move out, they will be out in the open, easily shot at. So they need to plan. I don't know. Maybe they're just doing something that we don't see all the time, so that people don't really give focus onto inside a shooting range. But now with the circle movement, is shooting range still in it? I really want to see the circle now.
Like you mentioned before, everybody just keeping their cool and waiting and biding their time, waiting for the next circle to pop before they start to make a move, because they were praying and hoping it's not going to be in the center of the crater just now, right on top of shooting range. And it happens to be it, so they don't have a choice right now. They have to make a move. For the side of Sin, they hop themselves into a different vehicle set for what it's going to be 1-2-1 formation for the side of Hin. Holy Lanju coming in the last. Well, we do have Vic pulling up, but Michi being spotted out. They're going to ram into this
no.
Michi greeting them with the Bison. They make so much work from the side of Michi with the Bison. Federalis just covering out supports fire from the sidelines as well. But West Point Mamba, can they stay here the longest? They secure a couple of elimination from Sen. It's going to be one more. Michi with the Bison still in his hand. Oh boy, go up following through. Michi trying to survive, but couldn't hold on much longer. Federalis is down as well. West Point Mamba took a bit of a toll when they take that shack as their standing point.
Crazy. It's just a small shack, but we got like, what, 2 teams back-to-back crashing into the compound. It's just too much for Michi to handle. Despite him having backup on the high ground, he had a teammate looking down. But because of that first fight, his teammate revealed himself. And that is where Sin took advantage of this. Sin, what a timing for them to come in to take over the compound and also those elimination points.
And for the side of Vipers, they are coming through the center of the circle slowly towards the side of the east here, but will be swarming with a lot of bullets. But side of YG, it feels like everything is unfolding for YG for this round. He got himself some knockdown, but not much eliminations, but still slowly getting himself into the center. FOD Joseph taking the shack next. Now, we do know for a fact that shack, yes, it's great. You got yourself barricades, but you will trap yourself. You're walking yourself in a trap where everybody can just push through inside of his shack. They just try to find through with a shotgun. He got things secured well, but he now trapping himself where he just eliminated one of the FOD members. Now, this is not where you want to stand for the last few minutes of the circle. You need to get out from there as fast as you can. Viper's speed is quite isolated when the rest of the team are already in a different place entirely. BBE moving as a unit, getting himself in the center here as well. But Osja will surprise them from the back. Skyning, we saw how closely behind he was, just following through the tails of PBE.
Ooh, PBE gotta be careful like what you said. There's someone lurking behind them. But PBE managed to finish our speed. And now Monboy picking up the nade. Is there anyone on the other side? Not that we can see, but looks like there is. But it's a little bit far. Monboy will be the one to take that nade from DZ. DZ still has another nade. Sky nade now super low. He needs to reset himself before he takes on any further fights. But that nade, huge. That will scare away their opponent. PBE looks like they have nowhere to go now.
They were planning to actually surprise them from that hill, but they got surprised instead. They're tasting their own medicine. Now being a bit of a slap in the face here on the side of Osja to the side of PBE. Monboy tried to open up the space by tossing a couple of grenades for the rest of the team to actually... Just a bit of a ruse and distraction for the side of Monboy, just to distract the side of Osja, not to actually focus on those being knocked down early on. They got themselves back towards their feet for the side of PBE, but how to cut across Osja, that's the bigger issue right now, because Osja is holding their ground so tight there, taking another one knockdown on Cool, and not so cool anymore with that DBS in his hands. A bit of exchange and trade between PBE and Osja here, but Osja got himself the high advantage. A bit of the upper hand, and Monboy just shut things down for YG! Just closing the tunnel of hope for the side of PBE from afar. YG keeps sticking their noses as a third party from afar.
Whoa! Baguab! Naded that one player of YG. That's going to be Romeo. He doesn't have enough space for his teammates to pick him up there. Too near the fire. But now, YG, how are you going to get out of this? But KE seems to be helping them from the other side. KE shooting on the sin. YG has time, but YG, one by one, being gunned down, being naded down by more. YG losing bodies. YG kind of bought time by the other side, but then again, Sin still managed to toss the nades over.
Now Marnet hoping to actually open up space to revive his mate, but he needs to take down the players of Sim first. They are too close towards their compound, too close towards their territory, and this is not happy for the side of YG, but he got himself a bit more time to actually revive, but no more time and space. Almost being knocked down, 1 second still, reaching out for the help of Marnet, but finally being knocked down. Oh my god, YG be so blessed by the other teams so many times here. Almost close to being knocked down entirely as a team. Still be saved by KE.
My goodness, they gotta buy KE dinner or something for that. Wow, KE just had to shoot from afar and had to be a nuisance. What a moment that was, KE. If KE wasn't there, they would have been gone.
This is so awkward. I was like 1 HP left on side of Marnet. But that 1 millisecond changes things so much. Due to KE trying to just getting themselves more eliminations, just ramping up their points for the kills there. He's just turning so wild for the side of YG. They're so lucky to be saved in the last minute. Back to the side of Osja, taking on Vipers. The J finally being knocked down. Marnet finally being finished off by BG. What a long run on the side of YG. What a flamboyant movement till the end of it. Still securing so much elimination. But now down to 5 team. FVE feels like they are on rabbit right now. Bulldozing a lot of team from behind here.
Yeah, FVE already got like 6 elimination points, but they are playing by the edge of the circle. The circle might not favor them. They need to move forward. As Rao goes down to KE. Again, it's going to be KE. KE being the ones to just stop teams from coming in.
KE is definitely the wild card in this match here right now. We have no clue who their picks there. And the one they picked will definitely go down instantaneously. Back to a sort of both just kind in. slowly coming towards the side of KE and FVE with that buggy giving away so much information towards the other side of the team, knowing his exact position. Maybe this is just a ruse and distraction coming up from the side of Skynet, making sure they have the attraction way on the attention way towards him instead of Astro. Now Astro, how will they fare when it comes to going for the flank? FVE taking a fight head onto the side of KE. Devon trying to make a bit of a space for the team around knockdown. Chewy coming up from the support fire from the back line as Devon playing around the wall and fences. Boy Sean on the other end trying to finish off with a DBS, securing another elimination on the side of KE.
I'm not sure what FVE can do at this moment. Rangers on the outside of the circle, and look at the number of teams on top of him. KE is there. Ojas could see them, but KE, they have bigger problems to deal with. They need to get into the circle. They need to cross the road, but with a high ground onto them, it's going to be tough. But Chewy comes in from the side. One knockdown by Chewy, but Moxie doesn't seem to be confident enough to come out to continue on. Rangers still in the shelter. But all of them on the outside of the circle. Ojas on the other hand. Osha Esports with the high ground, with the circle. This is that moment.
I'm surprised that actually spot out Ranger, who's actually on top of his crosshair just now. Just around the bunkers area, back to a sort of Astro Axe here. Ranger playing on the tunnels instead, and Moxie spotted out on DZ and finally give away his position inside of a shack here. Skynin coming up from Osja, trying to play around the corners to a side of Ranger and also a side of KE. KE kind of stuck here with Blues and not in their favors just yet. But they need to make a move, they need to push forward. But not much space for them to actually going around the rotation. Astro and Osja. Skynin giving away the position but keeping the pressure on top of KE. Ranger still inside the smooth. Already got himself with that UAZ. It's just gonna sit there. Wait, how?
Well, looks like the smoke is buying time, but not for long. SOX almost getting him. Could it be SOX? Yes, it will. It will be Skyrim, in fact, but still the same team. Anyway, Moxie is still alive, but they do not have the circle. But they'll play for placement points at this moment. They can't complain about that. SOX wants to secure more elimination points. He only has 3 in hand. Whoa! For Osha Esports, it is insane for them this round, and they still have the circle in a prime position. This could be their chicken dinner.
They just keep it for themselves here. They're dominating the majority of the circles just by the side of Osja at this point. Even though they got a 3-man working on, but they're keeping everybody at bay, making sure they cannot actually enter into one step the circle, not even that. Making sure they're just gonna sink themselves into the blue zone, not even popping their heads up for a peep here. Back to a side of Extra Axe, jumping just to see through the smoke. So where are the rest of FVE at the moment? The top will have to stay in the blue. They might actually just finish off as third place coming up from KE. There's no way in for the side of them being eliminated at the third place with 5 eliminations down to FVE. They were having a bit of a bulldoze moment early on for the side of FVE, but the moment they want to get themselves a chicken, this is where it gets a bit tricky for their side.
Oh, somehow FVE managed to survive to a second place finish. Now this is going to be their biggest challenge. No circle, low ground, only 2 players versus 3. Not looking good for FVE. Osja Esports, this could be in the back for them. Unless FVE could come up with something amazing, something wonderful. It's tough. Anyway, Astro X popping up the net, tossing it onto the other side. It should be landed. It should land onto Moxie. Yes, it will. Last man standing.
Oh, Chewy, there's no way out of it. Got himself. Oh, that's it. It's definitely Osja winning this one now. I mean, like, every condition's tick for the boxers. They got himself. What a number of eliminations. Not just that, can they catch up in the last minute against West Point Mamba? With such a big chicken and big elimination points there. We're going to have to wait and see when it comes to overall ranking. But what a nice cleanup coming up from kind of side of Osja in the last finishing touch, making sure nobody can step even into this circle itself. They are dominating the last few circles and making sure nobody can actually overrun in their own map here. What a play coming from Osja Esports.
Osja Esports, man, oh my. But this time it's going to be DZ getting that chicken dinner for Osja Esports with 4 elimination points. Before this, we did see a number of Astro Axes, but DZ is stepping it up this time around, and it's nice to see other teammates putting up the effort, the same effort as their star players. So with DZ coming as the MVP for this round, Osja Esports is in good hands.
And back to about the teams to watch this time, especially with the previous match going on. We definitely have to give it away. I mean, like, KE have been saving so many necks of the other teams as well. You have to give them that credit, especially on the side of YG. They saved so much for YG that YG seems like almost completely impossible to bring down due to KE butting into that business. But we have to give it also for the teams that are trying to get aggressive as possible for the early matches, including Vipers. Vipers have been nitpicking every fight they can, but it just didn't turn out well for them when it comes to the rotation in the last few circles.
Yeah, this was one of those moments where the long range for KE just had to stop YG on the other side. And when we reached this final moment, I mean, it is SEA Esports. There's no way they're going to be challenged at this point. It's going to be super tough. And they still managed to secure that final elimination, not letting that point go. So 24 points in total for SEA Esports with 14 eliminations plus a chicken dinner. FVE as well as KE, the other two teams with points, with double-digit points. But hey, Choo Choo, what I like about this round is that every team, at least they come on with something.
Yeah, I'm loving the fact nobody going empty-handed this time for all the teams, including Axis even. They got themselves secured 2 points. And this is a good start, even though we are at the end of the league. But this is a good start for the side of a team that didn't garner any point previously. But back to it, the team that only got themselves double digits is going to be Austria. The other teams got themselves quite an average of 2s and 3s. Nobody got 3s, 2s and 4s and 5s here. But back to the side of FVE, I want to focus more to the side of FVE and YG. They got so many knockdowns. It's just so hard for them to have an execution to it, to wrap things up, to seal the deal, to translate into a point. It just feels like impossible.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, I think even sadder for Sin in this round. They were the ones that got shot from KE from afar, right?
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think so. I think that's the one. So it's kind of sad for Sin. They almost got more elimination points by taking out YG, but that just had to happen. And with that, looking at the overall, Sin managed to get more elimination points for them. They'll be kicking themselves in the bucket.
Now back to the overall rankings. How much of a difference? This is what I mentioned earlier. Can Austria in the last minute bring down the seat of podium from West Point Mumbai, because just closing up the gap, but still a huge gap in between, talking about like what, 28 points in between. Now that's going to be like maybe 2 rounds of map still, but do they have enough maps to play with when it comes to, you know, we're already halfway through by end of the league, like we have only 3 more matches to go and they still trying to catch up here. But back to the 3rd until the 6th place, the gap is so small here right now, Cloud.
Yeah, it is. Look at that. That's like what, 6 points between number 2, number 3, number 4. It's only 2 points. I mean, it's just so close. But no movement at all for page 2. Okay, there's the thing, right? Look at H2O and Axis. Axis has been at number 20 for the longest time. They only need 1 more point, assuming that H2O doesn't get any points, to just go above H2O and push H2O to number 20. I mean, at the end of the day, you don't want to be the team at number 20.
But back to it when it comes to second page, right? I mean, like, we have to keep our eyes out towards the teams that are actually on maybe the, I think, 11th till the 18th place, because the gap is not that big of a difference. It's just like they just barely make it in, especially when it comes to Enigma, which is the bar set here at 70 points. The 17th place, which was TX, is sitting at 62 points, including Vipers at 58. Now, that's just going to be less than a round or a map to actually close things over. We're talking about if they manage to stretch things, their survivability is more than enough to actually cover themselves to get themselves to the top 16. Not even included in the eliminations there. If they survive long enough, they can just get into the playoff. Now, the teams that actually might be relegated is going to be 17 to 20. Now, if in the last minute they've been relegated, especially the side of like SP or SKR, we're talking about the overall rankings of week 2, right? But we have to put into consideration about the week 1 as well. So we have no clue who's going to make it in. But in this case, assume that week 2 is going to be the one that relegating them. So imagine if you've been pulled back in the last minute, what would you feel, Cloud?
Oh man, devastating. Because I'm sure the gap for some of these slots will be really, really close. But we only know that at the end of the day. And you don't want to have, you don't want to look back and say that, oh, if only we get that 1-2 points, if only we get that 2-3 points, we would have gone through. It's just too late by that time.
Well, at least now it's never too late for them to make a change because still have 3 more matches to go. But before we get into our second or the last wrangle of our entire league, we're gonna head into the break for a bit and see you guys right after this.
Part 2 for today in the PUBG Mobile Professionally Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring 2023. 3. Together with us, your storytellers. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the wonderful Choo Choo. And what a day it has been. A lot of great plays, a lot of surprises. Can't wait to see who will be the top 16 into the next round.
Yeah, when it comes to the final push here, definitely a lot of teams are surprising us when it comes to their performance, when it comes to their rotations. There's so many third party going on when it comes to the last map just now. We saw for a fact how YG being safe by the skin of their teeth in the last minute as well. So many unpredictable rotations for some teams there. We haven't got a clue, like the best example we can actually put out is going to be a YG, how they were supposed to be eliminated early on, but they've been saved by the bell. But we do have more for you guys, not just the best plays of the best caliber of the teams in the Wildcard region. We also have the Neon Assassins Power, the new Power 4 series, available for you guys to get the Power 4 as a squad.
Yeah, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 skins available right now for you guys to collect. As usual, we won't know whether it's going to come back in the future, whether it's going to be like a throwback skin that they will make it available again in game. So yeah, this is your moment. Go get it so that you don't miss out and you don't think about it anymore.
Now we do have the dope grandpa set for you guys too, which is going to be the Silver Goose.
Wow.
I mean, like, he does look like a very cool grandpa with very tight abs and really cool M416. Now, we definitely know that the M416 have stages and tiers. So if you guys happen to have the full unlocked version of the M416, don't forget to tag us away, because we want to see how the animation will be played when it comes to you having those eliminations in the kill feed. We want to know that.
Well, we want to know how this looks like in-game as well, because all we have is pictures of the new Royal Pass set that's currently available. Of course, whenever you get a Royal Pass, you not only get one item, you get multiple items. You get the buggy, you get the helmet, weapons, including the all-favorite DBS now, and it's part of the set too.
And also when it comes to getting yourself a yellow outfit, if you remember the Afro guy with the yellow sweat jumpsuit, the sweatshirt, we definitely remember when it comes to Bruce Lee, because he is the legendary martial art master that's coming back. And also the commemoration for Bruce Lee, don't forget to grab it. And also there's going to be a very limited amount of time for you to have the Terrafang Car 98K, and this is one of the favorite skins for the sort of Car 98K. It's so hot to get a very good skin for the sniper rifles, but this is one of it, and you have to grab it now.
Yeah, it's not always that we get something for Car 98K, totally agree with that, but it's also not always that we can get good information, good memes. So you should follow the Facebook pages, the YouTube pages, and the TikTok pages of PUBG Mobile. Comes in multiple languages, whether you like it in Myanmar, whether you like it in Cambodia, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, or just the general one. Do follow. Lots of clips, highlights from all the PMPLs around as well, so you don't miss out on the action if you're only watching one, so you can still catch up on it by watching highlights of the other PMPLs as well. But now, next match, it will be Nirango Group A, will be chilling.
Yep, the groups that will not be playing is going to be FOD, FVE, Switchpoint, and also APG. So keep in mind that those are the teams that will not be available when it comes to the last wrangle of our league itself. Before we hop into Mirama, now back to our main point of cursing the teams. I mean, like, so far our predictions hitting right on spot. Yeah, we're not actually jinxing any teams by far, but when it comes to wrangle for the next match, I have a feeling we're both having sort of the same mindset into this last wrangle. We know for a fact that Burm is goal, really comfortable in this map, so I want to see how will they fare, putting all their last effort into pushing themselves in the overall rankings there.
Yeah, I'm kind of confident as well, considering that West Point Mamba and Burmese Goals is in my prediction. So, I mean, they're powerhouses for now. Number 1, number 2 team, I mean, it's kind of like a no-brainer at this point. G-Lab is a little bit interesting. I just want to pick like a middle tier team, or middle tier team for now. Maybe they could give us the surprise. You never know.
For me, it's a bit late now. Austria did manage to secure themselves that chicken dinner, but I'm one game too late. But hopefully they can have the momentum rolling on and steamroll. But Falcon, I want to see more coming out from their side because they used to be one of the most aggressive teams coming out in Wrangler in week number 1, and they had sort of a consistency when it comes to week number 2. But you know what? It's enough chatting coming out from the side. It's down to them to actually execute their play style and tactics, whether it will be fair when it comes to this last Erangel.
Oh yeah, Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, in 10 seconds. Can't wait for this, as this is the final Erangel of the league. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Hop on and fly. It is Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. The final Erangel for the league before we take a break for a couple of days, and we'll see Erangel again in the grand finals later on. But of course, with a different set of teams. In fact, it will be the same set of teams for the 3 days inside the grand finals. Now, looking over the flight path, it's going to begin from Novorepnoye up all the way out to Jogopol, kind of like the opposite of the previous flight path. So with this kind of flight path, I think it's going to be pretty much the same impact, whereby we might not see that early amount of skirmishes unless a team just decides to drop into a certain drop point as other teams, like what we saw just now with Kameshki. That happened, and I think at least one more team. But so far so good for these teams. At least for those early drops seems to be pretty fine. The middle, can't really guarantee. It does feel like Pachinki might be a battleground.
Feels like a bit oversaturated in the middle of the pool for Pachinki, but like you mentioned, I agree for the fact this is a very generous flight path and everybody can drop wherever they fancy. It's not really that not really such a hurdle for them to actually just have to, go through. But the problem is the circle happened to be really contradicting to the flight path. We talked about Yasnaya all the way. It feels like a lot of the circles in Wrangel these days for the entire week of week 2 favors around Rozhok and Yasnaya. I don't know why, but it feels like the same pattern repeating all over again.
Ooh, but this didn't really repeat. So it's not Axis and H2O, it's Axis and KE. And a little bit worried for Axis considering what KE did in the previous round from afar. They are specialists in taking teams out, especially when they do not know what happened to them, what hit them. Axis doesn't have a good record as well defending compounds, so I hope they find a way to just disengage.
I just wish they stopped fighting too early for Zabo Axis and H2O at this point. But it's just sometimes, no matter how much you try to negate the fight from your corner, there's always some team chasing the tails out of Axis, like hunting them down straight from the start. Feels like they're being revised so tightly and so closely by these teams. They're always being the victim of the first few circles. It feels like no matter how Axis run, they're always being predicted or being read by a book by these teams.
Yeah, it's like the saying, you can run but you can't hide. That seems to be the best way to describe Axis' situation. And with that one nade, one of the players from Axis seems to take in a lot of damage. So not looking good for Axis, considering that KE is starting to surround Axis again. Axis, whenever they're in compound fights, even in like the Sandhawk game, they seem to put themselves in a situation where other teams would surround them and they'll be locked in. If they try to get out, they'll be gunned down.
Feels like they're hitting themselves a wall here. Caught themselves in a trap in the first place for the teams that really at the bottom of the rankings right now. Look at how KE setting the trap, planting the seed so Axis couldn't actually get out, and making sure that they cannot get in the way of a KE as well. The top, making sure that this angle's covered in case they try to show themselves. They're going to be putting up a bit of a welcoming warning shots from the top, making sure that Axis cannot try to exit out or trying to squeeze their way out of here. For Virgil, now I mentioned the top definitely will actually grit them straight with an eliminations too. I mean, like, how? I mean, there's so many corners to actually peek from. They were in the building before for Axis side. How he got finished off so quickly?
Yeah, he must have stood at one of the windows, and that window was kind of exposed. And also at the same time, maybe he didn't expect that someone will open up in the flanks. Maybe they thought that, okay, KE, every one of them is just going to come from the front. But totally didn't expect that Boyshawn and the top opening up the sides. And that's where they got caught off guard.
It's not wrong to be extra careful, and they have to be extra vigilant coming from Axis. They really have to prove themselves in the last few maps. When it comes to the last wrangle, this is the last shot. We're talking about next Mirama map. It's going to be really a tough hurdle to take on to. Especially, we do have the powerhouses like West Point Mamba reigning their dominations in terms of that Sandy Dunes map in Mirama. So this is their last shot of getting themselves a bit more points in the last minute for Axis. And losing men way too early on is just a bit of a problem for them to deal with. They have to get out from there. They're walking right in the trap of KE being setting up so nicely. And Baby trying to just explore a bit more on the other end. But we do have Enigma, Kiwi, and Spooky chasing the tails. Chasing the hell out the other teams. For Falcon. I did put them in my prediction, by the way. But luckily enough, they are parting ways. Not gonna just giving themselves too much utility spending onto, just to make sure they are sparing their resources accordingly, because it's way too early for them to engage in long fights here.
Yeah, you don't want to be locked in like at this time, right? Where teams are still looting and they're trying to get as much as possible from place to place, and on top of that, getting into their checkpoint. Wherever is it? Wherever they prefer to be in. So you don't want to be the one that's like, okay, locked in. Other teams go into the checkpoint and they become the gatekeepers. You become the unintentional slow one, and you pay the price for it.
And the price is too big. At this point, really, it's just too much at stake for the teams that didn't perform week number one. They have to bring whatever they have in week number two just to equalize the loss of the previous week when it comes to the both points of positioning of each week here, the bonus point that they need to garner themselves to get into the playoffs. KE, I have to give them a lot of credit with their patience there. They're committed, but they're so, how do I say, so organized, so calculative when it comes to approaching one fight to the other. They're moving as a unit, as a team, and not trying to, you know, do the one-man solo show to be the star of the team. No, they're moving as an entire team as a four. That's how they've been winning fights so much. On top of that, YG, we mentioned about how they move as a unit. This team a bit separated so far and tried to hunt down their victims and caught themselves in a fight they didn't expect to slap back in their face. Yeah, TX, Rio at the DB28. Now we have BG greeting Osja on top of this bridge platform. That's going to be interesting.
Oh yeah, the bridge trolls, as you like to call it. BG seems to be coming in on top. YG might lose one player, but they're not done yet though. Looks like we have TX against YG, but Romeo has arrived. Rio is on the lower ground. 1sec has arrived as well. He's opening up the flanks. So he's trying to keep a distance. You can see that they are going on the outside of the circle. They want to try and win this fight, but Rio, another knockdown onto Romeo, boy. 2 from YG is currently down.
And no luck be saving their graces here for the side of YG, what they had early on. Nobody will be their saving grace in the last minute. But BG, what was that? Walking straight into the gunfight. What was he thinking? It was straight in the face, Cloud.
Or maybe it's kind of like a desperate move. Like
he opens the door.
Enough
he opens the door straight in the grave.
I don't know. The only thing I can think of is that he's pressured by the blue, and that just happened. I mean, yeah, some things are complicated, they say.
It's still the first phase.
But now, yeah. But TX, okay. Oh wait, Splats. Okay, there goes Loki, and there goes YG, I think. Or one more left. Two more. It's going to be the Medusa intersection for the next circle. So we definitely know that circle might hard shift towards the north in the last minute because it hard shift towards the south early on. But look at how many teams inside of the blue zone still. We're talking about SKR coming up from the Mount Gatka. YG stuck in between, stuck themselves in the blue zone and in between rotations of the other teams, while KE still committed to his axis. They're so loyal for this fight right now.
They're not taking their time to loot up and build up their gears. They're not having enough utilities when it comes to long engaged fights. Same goes for Axis, since they have been the majority of their time running away from KE instead of going for the gears.
Yeah, if we look at some of the players, they don't even have first aids at this point, so that's a little bit sad. But KE knows that this fight must end, but it's going to start with Kaya going down, finished off by Nasty. They managed to even up the odds in terms of manpower. The top, waiting for the right moment, he has a nade. That one single nade that he has will be tossed out, but that one nade will not land onto anyone.
Around the trenches for the sort of Nasty to actually get away from this trap set up by KE. And KE slowly pressuring towards the side of Axis. They kind of cornered themselves with SKR on the other end rotating. It's still quite far off compared to where KE is. KE is the one actually being pressured by the blue zone with their backs burning off as the blue zone shrinks. Top on the other hand, hopping from one window to the other. Nasty. And Virgil put out the bond, the RGL for KE. Giving a bit of a welcome. First contact. Virgil still giving the sprays. Nothing seems to be connecting so far as Sean is going to be greeted by the side of a hand grenade. Nothing seems to be exploding yet. I'm not sure what are the ideas coming up from both teams here. What are their plans? Because it feels like both teams are losing when it comes to getting the compound, getting the circle, even getting their loot going on.
Well, at least the good news is that circle is just on the left side of Pachinki, not that far away. But regardless, it feels like you're just using utilities for nothing. Like, no one's really moving. Like, there was some moves, but that was just it. I can understand Boyshan's position. He is surrounded by players from Axis. Maybe that's why Davan tries to help him out, but Boyshan, he can't even move. That's the thing.
This is overextending themselves into unnecessary fight. We're talking about so many teams already inside of a circle, and they will be gatekept the moment they're done with this fight. It's not going to be the end of it. They have more hurdles to go through. And the worst part, the moment they step in, there's like more than one team waiting at the other end, and Baby getting on one nade on towards the side of Boyshan. But how to get out from this trap?
That will be the big question.
They got only band-aids and first aid bar. We do have one more player, Vipers. Dejah feels like walking straight into the death trap right across him. But aside of KE and Axis, this is going nowhere, Cloud.
Yeah, up until now, okay, that one player exited Pachinki, no vehicle because that car is stuck. Unfortunately, Davan, I know he's ambitious, he wanted it, but now we move over to H2O. Looks like H2O Chico will start it off. Good start for them so far, but one of the players super duper low needs to reset quickly. West is currently down, but SKR could be the next team waiting for them.
West trying to pull off what he did early on, but didn't work out at the same result for this time. Chico sprang over with the micro Uzi towards the side of SKR. SKR divided into 2-2 with two different buildings to work with, but H2O slowly closing in. Gonna pressure them and flush them out with a couple of Molotov grenades and also smokes to build themselves into the way of the compound itself, but Chico being knocked down by GE. That's different team entirely from afar. Smiling upon his Thanksgiving day there. From afar, taking the kills off the noses of SKR. Good gracious, this third party keeps it rolling.
How? Wow, that was quite a distance, but another nade. Oh no, H2O falling apart. That's going to be Labo going down. Fred tries whatever they can do. Can he get the knockdown? At least chooses the DBS instead, but the splat came in. That's another splat. I wish we had a splat counter. And H2O again, 0 points. Axis, they are out of the bottom spot.
Oh man, right now they are bleeding out. H2O again, still going at the bottom of every bottom. SKR on the other hand barely make it alive. They're being cornered, surrounded, left, right, center, no way out here. Walking straight into a death trap. At first, when they want and they decided to take this compound in the first place, not willing to give it up. So what they did for the side of us, just surrounding them. Enigma on the other hand, spotted out on G-Lab players from afar. Feels like you can secure that entirely on their side. Back to the side of SKR. They need to play someone to out-corner Ozja here. If not, they always stuck themselves in a rut. GE having their eyes to a side of SKR at the same time. And West, they're quite separated, but they're making sure that separation will benefit them every way possible.
So far, the map is still kind of big with this kind of circle, so I could still understand why they still have that separation. They try to secure as big of a perimeter as possible. But now that the circle has shifted towards school, you can see that G is on the outside. Immediately, they hop into a vehicle. They're going to the next checkpoint, wherever it is. But inside of school, it's still empty. Axis could take advantage of it.
But will be guarded by sort of Falcon. I'm not sure if they want to stay put where they at or they start to mark their perimeters outside. Because YG start to close into a sort of a northern. But they will be denied the entrance of Enigma, which why they are taking a bit of a long rotations towards the east entirely. But Enigma, the moment they step into the eastern side, has more team to deal with than the northern, just YG. It's really two teams they have to cut across to just get into the center of it. Axis still stuck out there, taking and biding the time in the blue zone too long. And Ozja start to spot things out. They might actually gatekeep this as long as they need it to be, because they got the elevations, they got the high grounds, they got the vintage view from above. All they need to do is just wait it out. BG, TX have been running gun all day long. We're talking about them being proactive. This is what they're trying to do. But just hope it doesn't turn out as a failed pusher. They've been doing so successfully, well done so far. But BG is not the team they want to actually underestimate in these circumstances.
Well, the bad news for BG is that they are only down to 2 players, so numbers not on their side. PB, on the other hand, have been a little bit quiet today and even yesterday. Now they're starting to move in, but probably might be caught up by Sin. Sin shoots onto them. Momboy goes down. Where did the shot come from? From Enigma from afar, but WPM. West Point Mamba might lose Michi as well as Federales. 2 players, 2 their top players that they don't want to lose.
West Point Mamba have to have a bit of a hike here just to find on SKR. SKR seems very comfortable with their spot, even though they got surrounded earlier. Now they comes with a rush. GE, West Point Mamba having a bit of a go. And now we do have SKR taking a third party advantage as these two teams over-occupy themselves. With the ruse and distraction, the one that winning this is going to be SKR. We got it heavily by GE at first. But back to the side of BG. Still sharing the same compound with TX. We might be visiting this compound with Falcon as well. PBE coming into the fair. Share of taking a bit of a pie. But 5 teams in one building or one apartment, it's a bit too much.
Yeah, it is. And it will be even worse when the circle moves away. That's where it's going to be interesting to see how the teams deal with that. Now, that means that other teams have more space to play with, in other words. The last man standing for KE, but Smile goes down to Guap somewhere else. Something happened. The top, I don't think he's being challenged for now. He's just been playing this very, very safely. Yakiko with the long range. Can't connect those shots. Guap and Ko still survives.
SKR, lucky enough, they didn't give up their compound just now. Back to the side of West. Doing Westing as usual. Taking 1 nade and keeping the pressure to the side of 2 players! Got down on Guap. There were 2 men on the side of Sen and now it's down to 1. SKR spotted on West. Take a bit of advantage of what's happening on the other side. Oh boy, Sen, they could have actually double picked at the same time, taking down that 1 player of West. But they were a bit too careful, overthinking themselves, overwhelmed by West, that 1 player, and making such a play for West on the side of GE. That's going to be a big win for the side of GE for now, but they need to get themselves into the circle. If they're coming up from the eastern part, it's going to be a bit clear, but Enigma and Vibe is waiting with that crosshair just to gun them down as well.
And the school apartment is still within the circle, so they'll probably be hanging on to that compound. The last we saw, probably a Mexican standoff. Beautiful long range onto PBE, putting pressure onto them, not able to come out that easily, but now we have GE. G seems to be in trouble, but West is there to take out Marcos. Beautiful spray while on a moving vehicle. My oh my.
SKR a bit too overestimating their firepower for now. Kind of a bit reckless about pushing forward and trying to target all the players across them, giving them a bit of a bad flank. Giving so many loopholes towards the other team to take advantage of. Back to a sort of enigma. They are climbing up the hill, but it's not an easy climb at all. As GE got their back covered so well, so tightly followed. And on just side, they got a very nice view from above. Look at how Renzo dedicating himself towards tapping all the teams moving forward. They're being a nuisance towards all these teams. But TX and BG are not even going to budge this one. They are in the center of the circle still.
Ooh, KE eliminated now the team that was a nuisance to a lot of other teams in the previous round. Now we have Falcon putting pressure on the GE. GE is being shot at. Falcon is in the school apartment compound, but not only GE, PVE as well could be shot at. Not only that, Enigma too. Wow, look at the amount of teams that they can shoot at.
It's just too saturated for school right now. We're talking about like 8 teams taking the same place, same compound, and same building. They are just on top of each other. Demigod taking a shack, spotted out an SKR players. And Skynin trying to overflank themselves here, making a bit of a rotation. It's actually very smart for Ozja not jumping into school like the rest of the other teams here. They got exactly what they need, slowly closing in. They don't have to rush themselves to get into the center because they're still in the play zone. They're still at the edge of it. They're still safe. But the rest of the team, Axis has been surviving quite longer than they usually have. So this is actually a nice stepping up for the sort of Axis. At least baby step we mentioned earlier. But BG, I'm not sure how much resources they can actually withstand and extend themselves this sort of fight. Because they have been pushing out their resources and not sparingly enough to actually last their fights long. So if they overuse their utilities and resources too much, they might caught themselves in a problem.
Yeah, gotta be careful there. But okay, let's see if it's gonna be a problem now. Are they still favored by the circle? Wow! It went to the area that has the most players, including the apartment that has like what, at least 3 squads in the same apartment. Juju, I think this is going to be a slow end just because it's in the apartment.
But because of how they overstayed themselves in the apartment before, I don't think they have enough utilities when it comes to their first aids and their bandages. And even though they got themselves bandages, if you're down to healing game in the last minute, it's not going to be enough for these guys. Renzo and the rest of Ozja are going to move forward and push towards sort of Axis. They're being greeted warmly. That kind of sprays from the floor above. But Baby from a flank side caught Renzo red-handed. And they caught themselves in the death trap here. If they can actually make way through for the sort of Ozja, they actually will take this compound. One of the strongest with quite a high point of view from above.
Ooh, okay, let's see if they can hold on to that because YG now will be their neighbors. 1 sec, unfortunately down on the outside. They will be taken out by May. It's going to be more than that. The Stormman for YG. Clearing on this compound. That's going to be the end for G-Lab. But now we move forward to Ozja Esports and Axis. Axis down to Baby and Nasty. The last 2 players as Resident takes one out. Baby, the last one standing.
Within this small circle of 400 by 400 meters apart for the radius. And 10 teams still inside. Look at how the crossfire of the nades just now being tossed over by the side of Ozja. Baby taking a bit of a lower ground, but she's definitely got herself quite separated from the crossfire in the center. But Baby got shots fired right on top of her. Almost shredded her helmet entirely. But lucky enough Nasty make his way through Baby and giving her all the utilities needed to actually reset herself. Now look at this compound, Cloud. It's going to be a bit of an urban warfare with the very small town work with for all the team getting themselves some buildings to work around. But will it be enough? Look at how oversaturated the center of school is right now. The ones that actually not getting themselves any compound. Small shacks for PvE, but it's going to work well for them at the time being.
Yeah, it's scary now for this next phase of the circle. But it's not that scary for Enigma as they'll be eliminated. They won't be seeing this round. They'll be waiting for the next one. But this circle, with this compound, with the amount of teams in the apartment, just hearing the footsteps is scary.
GE pushing forward slowly but surely, trying to get themselves in the center. But it's not an easy task as we're talking about all teams, 6 to 7 or 8 teams here in the center as well. Chanlone just to clear the corners by tossing around that hand grenade, making sure nobody tried to pick over the windows. But nobody's trying to pick over because they know for a fact there's so many teams out there. It's too risky for them to just pick over. Hopefully they have enough first aids to last long enough. But Chanlone, if he overexposes himself with that hand grenade, that's going to be his death toll we're talking about. Skynin. Oh, that's a cute puppy. But it's not going to be enough for him to actually save himself from this death zone we're talking about. The crossfire are really real. Vipers are actually the only team that are not really inside. We're talking about 3 teams. Not in the apartment, but Andrew caught GE Master Ichi on the ground with that hand grenade.
Ooh, but the circle again, well, urban warfare, urban finale. Expect it to tone down a little bit towards the end. But now, looks like GE won't be part of that as they've been eliminated. But GE, not too bad. 9 elimination points despite a number 9 finish.
Down to 8 teams here. DBS. It's going to be the main or the primary weapon for most of these teams. Just to clear everything that's going to be CQC. But Viper still taking the longest distance or the furthest distance when it comes to the circle. PvP going to gatekeep them heavily, making sure they cannot show their faces. They're even trying to get themselves pixel shots from Demigod. Randomly spray over that smoke, hoping somebody will be clipped through. But Monet caught Rio from his rotation towards the circle. Vipers and PBE, these 2 teams are the one playing it outside of school right now. The rest of them right on top of each other. Falcon Chandler still tossing over the nades. That's running down quite quickly. When they overuse their resources too early on, it's going to be a bit of a problem to clear the corners when they're inside of the building. Say Cloud getting on Viper's hands. Out of their way now. Spade will finish off comfortably by Chandler from that high ground inside of the building. But Andrew still trying to get to a sort of PBE here.
Well, there's almost no way for them to get into the compound against the safety. You have at least like what, 3 teams who can look in that one direction. You multiply that with the amount of players. How are you going to get away from this? Demigod really trying his luck, but in the end, still shot down.
Now Vipers, there's no way in at all. Look at that mini take down. Brain. It's going to be Vipers bowing out next in a place with 2 eliminations in their hands. PBE also in the same corner. They might actually dig in their own grave here by shooting too much, attracting unwanted attention from the side of Falcon. Now Andrew will toss over that net. If it's going to be the perfect angle, he's going to jump down on 2 eliminations there, shutting off PBE indefinitely. Chanlone having their eyes onto it, that same direction as well. But BG and TX has been sharing the same apartment for quite a long time.
Yeah, it's because it's a circle, right? If the circle's on top of the apartment, that's what's going to happen. So I kind of predicted that, okay, we'll expect like a chill moment later on, and now this is that time. D2Y Howard needed down. Not too sure if he'll be eliminated, but focus on the PBE too. PBE, I think the best that they could do right now is just slip past by and just play by the edge of the circle. For them to go into the apartment at this point, not yet.
I think it's best to actually stay out of the apartment, and they can actually play around the corners of the apartment on the outside as well. They don't have to necessarily be inside, where they just caught themselves in a trap here. For the teams actually not being favored by the net circle, it's going to be a bit of a problem to get out from it. Andrew caught PBE Cool, who's crouching, crawling behind them, and Mon being caught off guard as well as Zen coming up from TX, securing the eliminations. And YU will be next to be eliminated on the 7th place. We're down to 6 teams with PBE. Only have 1 sole survivor. That's going to be it. Skynet securing now. It's going to be the battle of the apartments.
Yeah, that is it. I mean, we did talk about the possibility of PBE surviving this. It's almost close to 0. So it's down to the apartment teams. And even that, we have like 5 teams at this moment with 15 players. That's a lot, considering the track record for this season is a little bit different. But this next circle will close entirely. So, Juju, this is the moment.
Well, a lot of teams running out of their hand grenades due to overuse it way too early on. How to clear the corners, I have no clue. About surviving in the next few minutes of the zone itself will already be a headache for them, since they don't have enough. Even random spray over that magazines of DBS. Do they have enough ammos for the next few minutes? Yeah, Edward finish off with another DBS, clearing off the corners and clearing off the knockdowns in front of him. Olcha decided to just rush it in anyways, but Chun Lone also secure with a couple of DBS shots coming out from him. Olcha will be his next contender for Falcon. But Edward leaving out Aaron, didn't spot out from the last player of TX surviving. Using his DBS to move forward, he has to be extra careful. He might be backstab here from the side of TX.
Ooh, okay. The top floor siege might happen anytime soon. Waiting for the right moment. Falcons on the top floor. Just right below them is another team. But at the same time, Aaron looks like he might deny himself to the zone. There shouldn't be enough time. And Aaron is out. No points given to any team.
None of us just guiding. Just keep it going. They're going to move forward and advancing. They're not showing any sign of stopping or slowing down at all. Andrew and the rest of Falcon just going to scout everybody who's trying to move towards their staircases. D2Y on the ground. Say Cloud as well. Andrew. Astro X. Just keep on sweeping the floor clean. It's going to be easy. Finish off the other players. Falcon to see this one coming true. They had so many footsteps, but have no clue which team is which. Will be their teammates or not. Just going to randomly toss over the hand grenades for now. Hoping to clip towards the side of Axis. Axis is one of the round. They survived the longest by far.
Ooh, okay. Zones closing in. Right now, I think Axis will be forced to move first. But looks like this is okay. Well, that's a long way down. And with the DBS, he managed to get the knockdown and secure the elimination point. But Axis on the other side. 10 elimination points so far for Falcon. And they're not done yet. Astro X is there. 1v1. Astro X eliminates them all, but from behind. That's Falcon with the DBS.
It's so confusing, but not enough yet. But Axis finally landing himself a chicken here. Talking about last minute pulling off their weight and showing us what they are made of. Axis finally placing their faces on this banner of the chicken dinner. Axis fighter took them quite a long wait for the last day of PMPL SEA Wildcard Spring 2023 to show us they can still breathe in and deserve a place in this tournament.
The first chicken dinner for the week finally Axis, and with this chicken dinner it's confirmed that they will be above H2O. H2O will be pushed down to a number 20th spot, and that is of course bad news for H2O. However, there's still games for them to redeem themselves, but Axis with the chicken dinner, they might be even above Vipers, but we need to wait and see as we tabulate the scores later on. But finally Axis this week, it's been a tough run for them.
The past 2 weeks to be exact. It has been tough on them, and finally they got themselves the momentum. Will it be a bit too late now? As Axis finally showing off their skills in the last day and the last Erangel. Now they got this MVP. Nasty has been doing so much work for the team, opening up so many spaces. The damage didn't actually tally up with the eliminations, but he tanked quite a bit of number of damage, with that damage taken by 300 over by himself. But for now, teams to watch is going to be Falcon, Ozja, Axis, and Burmese Go when it comes to the last performance. Now, Ozja, on the other hand, I have a feeling they got themselves quite a number of volume of kills here, based on how they just keep compound hopping and run and gun, bulldozing every single team from the back.
And looking at Axis full squad time, only 3 minutes 47 seconds. This was the fight inside Pachinki. One of them went out fairly early. So considering they got this chicken dinner, it's not only a chicken dinner per se, but it's also a chicken dinner with 3 players. This is one of those stories just to tell other teams that, hey, you know what? Despite not having a full squad, you have a trio, it's still possible to get that chicken dinner.
That's true, and they've been surviving and been staying in that compound or that particular apartment for quite some time. And been holding their defenses the longest time. We saw since the start, they didn't even budge as much because they were in the score straight from the start, and they're trying to just loot themselves and build up their gears, but being disrupted by so many teams in between but they managed to secure that much resources and refresh themselves in a short amount of time. That's a feat also Axis have to offer. Their defense, when it comes to making sure their territory, the compound, not be taken off easily by the other teams, that's another statement we put out quite strongly coming up from them. But will it be enough when they try to pull off all their weight towards the last rank of just now to make it into the top 16 in the playoff? I'm not sure about that, because I just hope it's not too late for them to show off their skills, including the next couple of Mirama maps.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about their chances as well at this point, but who knows, they could pull off a surprise if they can come out with multiple chicken dinners, with a lot of elimination points. I don't know, we need to tabulate the scores later on. But because Falcon got 13 eliminations, Austria Esports 10 eliminations, Axis only 3, hence those two teams are above them.
It is definitely going to solidify for the side of Austria and of Falcon's position of the top 16 for now. But we have to wait for the overall rankings when it comes to week number 2, because you have to put in mind, to make yourself into the top 16 for the playoff, they have to put account the week 1 performance as well. So it's not just week number 2 overall rankings, so it's going to matter, it's going to be including their past performance. So if they haven't got themselves quite a number of points of week number 1, it will be reflecting towards their overall rankings when it comes to both weeks accumulated over. Back to the start of H2O, still at the bottom of everything. A lot of them didn't gain any points here if you compare with the last match here, Cloud. I mean, like 4 teams ended up with 0 this time.
Yeah, 4 teams without points. H2O, one of them, unfortunately. Looking at page number 1, only a slight change. So Burmese Ghost went up to a 3rd spot. YG goes down to number 4, but their point difference is only 1. And assuming that they tally in terms of points, YG will still be on top because of that chicken dinner that they have as a tiebreaker. But anyway, to them, it's just about collecting as many bonus points as possible in preparation for the grand finals.
But it's still reachable for Austria to actually cut down on West Point Mamba when it comes to the podium spot, due to they play less games than West Point Mamba for now. A lot of teams on first page didn't finish off 19 matches if you compare with 18 in between. There's so many of them. So Sen might have to give away his number 9 spot after this. But what we really have to focus on is going to be top 16 here. When it comes to Enigma, this just so different with last week's Enigma. But TX slowly coming in strong. But again, the question is it a bit too late for them? Vipers, I'm not sure how they fare when it comes to both week performance, because last week was way better than this week, and this week is just so hard for them. Actually, we saw how much they struggle for this week only.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, it's tough, and plus we only have like 2 games in total left, and both of them are in Miramar, and we all know how difficult Miramar is. It's really not looking good for them though, and I'm really kind of sad that teams like H2O, if it's like 2 campaigns of PMPL without a chicken dinner, I don't know what else to say.
I mean, they have been in the scene for quite some time here. I mean, we saw an improvement, even in the teams like YG, APG. I mean, like, I'm not surprised when it comes to their performance, but what will be surprising you will be the updates. If you haven't followed us yet on our socials, this is the time for you to follow it, because there's so many changes when it comes to this season only. We even changed the point system when it comes to the game, but the rank point system of the weekly bonus point is still the same. So make sure you guys keep up with us for our upcoming updates, including for the playoffs and even the C League in the future. Just follow all our PUBG Mobile fan page and our YouTube, even TikToks for any new updates coming up, or even sharing your content. Don't forget to tag us on our socials too. Now, speaking of next Miramar, we do know this is where West Point Mamba really perform best, right? But at the same time, they are not playing for the next one. So this might be the opportunity for the teams. Example here for BG, example, they still can catch up, even Austria at this point.
Yeah, that's a good point. West Point Mamba, the best performing team inside Miramar, isn't playing, so they'll be only playing 1 Miramar, which will be the last Miramar. So this time around, at least teams would breathe a sigh of relief to say that, okay, at least we don't have West Point Mamba in our mix. So that means that it's opportunity for other teams to step it up. So as we can see here, FOD is one of them that will be playing. Osja Esports will be playing. APG will be playing as well. So you still have 3 of the teams that do perform well inside of Myanmar playing. Again, this time H2O is playing. They are only left with 2 games before they might end their campaign. Very, very likely to. So come on, guys. Really, H2O, come on. Give me one. Just give me one.
Yeah, and for this map right here, when it comes to our second last Myanmar map or second last map of the entire league, the team that will be performing the last time will be B group, because they will not be playing next, which is going to be SKR, YG, Vipers, and Axis. Now, speaking of that, this is where we drop our predictions here, Cloud. So speaking of our second last map, it's gonna be I mean, like, I know for a fact that Osja have a lot to actually offer here. One of the main reasons, they are very close to cutting across the side of West Point Mamba. And YG, this could be the last time to actually push up their numbers as well, because they are in Group B, and Group B don't have that much match anymore, and this is going to be their last. But for the side of FVE, you know what, they still have a couple of shots to go, but we saw how FVE can actually push up their ranks anytime they need, but sometimes they just got stuck in between of transition.
Yep, and for myself, if you notice, it's all like the lower teams, actually page 2 teams, Enigma, Falcon, H2O. It is their second last game, and after this, it will of course be the last game. I mean, I just want to see the bottom teams, the page 2 teams, just do well. Falcon almost getting a chicken dinner, that was one. Enigma have been missing for a while now. H2O, we've talked about them a little bit too much. So come on, guys, just give us a good ending towards the league.
I don't know what happened to Enigma. It feels like it's a different team entirely if they compare with week number 1. They lost their touch here when it comes to week number 2, and they just feels like they're very demoralized when it comes to their rotations, when it comes to their proactiveness, their presence in the game itself. It doesn't show as much impact as last week. Is it the shuffle?
Yeah.
Is it really that problematic for them for the shuffle? Because they happen to be sharing the same group with GE, Falcon, and H2O. And these are the teams that are actually in the bottom. All like Group D, supposed to be one of the most aggressive group when we saw the reshuffle, right? But almost the entire Group D, except for GE, is actually in the bottom of everybody else.
Well, but the only theory that I can give is that it's not about the group reshuffling. It's about other teams just learning and getting better and stepping it up. Like maybe they studied Enigma because Enigma was kind of okay last week. One of the teams that maybe thought that, hey, you know what, they're kind of okay. Let's not make them okay. And this is how they paid the price for it. Basically, they're punished because they couldn't adapt to other teams.
That's one point to see, I agree. And one more point, maybe because of the reshuffle, there happen to be clashes with their rotations early on with certain teams, not just one. We're talking about more than one teams. We saw how much situation just now. We saw the fact so many teams happen to be in the same compound in a very short amount of time. We're talking about 10 teams remain in less than 500 meters radius in the 5th or 6th circle. That's just how close so many teams in between a very small compound. And that just shows that, you know, when you have this sort of reshuffle, you have to adapt quickly. We're talking about the teams that are really adapting. YG, APG, this is where they perform better than the others. But why is it so hard for the other to actually do the same thing here?
Yeah, it's sometimes very hard to tell, right? We can only theorize, but what actually happens behind the scenes is we don't really know. And sometimes it's all about momentum. Like if you lose one round, sometimes it's very hard to get up in the next round. You might carry forward that negative mojo from there. So it just rolls on and they couldn't seem to find their footing again. I mean, mentality is also one of the things. And this is a league that we're talking about. You're playing this for 5 days a week, for 2 weeks. It's a lot of games to play.
Yeah, it must be exhausting mentally and physically for the players as well, back to back with very little amount of time to rest in between. It's definitely going to be a heavy toll on their body and their mind, but that's what being a pro player about. Nothing is easy in life anyways, but this is why it is when it comes to this tournament. For the side of Group D, I'm looking for the entire group to actually push forward. We're talking about Group D, the entire died down group. That's why they called it in the first place, or is it going to be something else, you know? Because it's like the entire group is sinking down. I was hoping at least like half of the teams in the Group D itself can actually be on top of the chart, but it feels like 3 out of 4 of them, except for GE, who start to have the consistency in the final few days of week number 1. They start to carry out the momentum throughout the week 2 as well, but the rest lost in translation. I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, not too sure as well. It's very hard to give an explanation by this point. We can only theorize, but what exactly happens behind the scenes, behind closed doors with the teams, we wouldn't be able to tell unless, well, we get an interview and we could ask them a couple of questions. But this time around, not going to be the case. We'll only be focusing on the performance inside of the game. If any of them do get out and do get out of the bottom 4, to me, it will be a surprise at this point. I don't think even... Okay, Falcon, yes, perhaps. But Enigma, I don't know. Enigma is kind of like there, I think. Just at the... what do you call it? Just at the border of being eliminated.
Yeah, but... we have to put into consideration for their week number 1. So their week number 1 is quite okay. They are in the middle bracket anyway. It's not really in the top, but not in the bottom either. So I'm not sure if we tabulated the score is going to be enough for Enigma to move forward for the playoffs. But I have a bad feeling for H2O and Axis. Now Axis did actually make a comeback. H2O on the other hand still sinking down and just drowning in the water right now, since feels like they're not having sort of momentum push just until the last few maps. Even they are not there yet. So H2O, I feel like we have to say a bit early goodbye for them. But for Axis, feels like a bit too late still, since they have only like what 1-2 games left. But the one that actually at the borderline of 16 and 17 and also 15, who are they?
Yeah, that will be the question, right? It's hard to tell. It's not as straightforward as, okay, you add last week's total points and this week's total points and that's it, because you need to wait and see what's the bonus points that will be calculated. So that's a little bit hard to tell. So we'll need to wait and see. I mean, we keep ourselves anticipated. We still have 2 more rounds to go, and we will know exactly who will be eliminated, and it will be a heartbreaking moment for some of these teams, because majority of the teams that they spent their 2 weeks with will go on to the next round, and then you'll be sitting back at home and saying that and saying lines like, oh, it'll be nice to get to play in the grand finals. Oh, it's nice to see my friends play in the grand finals. You know the translated version.
It's a sad perspective. You asked me to be the one actually being benched out and look at other players instead of you actually have a spot at first, but you're losing it in the last few minutes. But regardless of that, we do have 2 more matches to go, 2 more maps to go. It's going to be Miramar, and expect a lot of surprises, because this is where a lot of teams start to get desperate, especially the team that actually make it, just barely make it at the borderline with top 16. This is where a lot of surprises will happen, and the ambush will be very unpredictable, that so many teams will be got caught red-handed. Let's jump straight into our first Miramar.
And Miramar it is, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go for match number 4, the second last match of the league. And now we are in Miramar. The flight path is going to start in from the northern side. It's going to go down onto Impala. And this will be... it's going to be tough for some of the teams that like to drop around the areas of Chumacera. We do know quite a number of those who like to go down south. Maybe even Los Eagles, maybe even Valle de Mar, that kind of area. So it's a little bit tough for them. And if they were to change something, maybe they might consider to go up onto Tierra Blanca. That could be a little bit easier for them. The terrain's less rough as well. But of course in Miramar, or in any other map in fact, what's going to be important is going to be the circle. Like, where will it start? Where will it end? That will be the biggest question. inside of this Miramar. Keeping my eyes on a couple of teams that dropped early on. No early skirmishes for now. But I am looking at power grid. We might see two teams, maybe, or they're just passing by. But keep your eye on the Mountain River as well. Maybe two teams going that area. They could clash into each other. But so far, not yet. So far, not yet. But I'm looking, okay. Impala could be it. But the circle, wow! All the way down south.
No. You know for a fact that there's a high chance of this circle ended up on top of Los Leones. And the moment that's going to be it for Los Leones to be last few circles, it's going to be an urban warfare. If it's happened to be an urban warfare, it's going to be super slow, just like how we saw the last wrangle that when it ended up inside of an apartment. Everybody's just going to hide in their corners. And so many players and teams will be on top of each other on this apartment. Unless if a hot shift all the way towards down south, I mean, like, it's going to be really interesting to watch because there's still a bit of a water rage, around 30 to 40%, I think, just now. But high chance it's going to be Los Leones Cloud.
Yeah, I hope not though, because if it goes into Los Leones, I mean, we talked about this before. It'll be a slow end.
Unless, like we mentioned, since these going to be the last two maps, right? The last two Miramas, and these guys are desperate enough to actually get themselves the last minute point of push in overall rankings, then maybe things going to be different.
That's why they would just like go all out with each other, right? Well, I hope that will be the case. Yeah.
That's the only case.
That is. But you know what? I'm glad to see as well, H2O, they're not taking early fights for the second time in a row. At least they're working towards like, okay, let's have a good start, slow and steady, and let's try to do better later on.
The thing about H2O is they were forced to take the fights. They're always being targeted by these teams, and H2O have to take the fight because their compound to actually be breached over, and their territory is not being marked properly, and they have to force a fight. They have to take out a fight because they are being challenged in the first place. So I think they sort of change in terms of mindset, try to avoid as much. So that's what's the case here for H2O, but I'm not sure about Axis because they happen to be really aggressive this time, making a move first against Jigsaw. Very different from Axis that we've known. But they do love early fights for Axis anyway, but it's just the early fights, a lot of them, they work out for them.
Yeah, they're not a specialist in terms of early fights. Not gonna lie. They do better when they survive as a full squad at the end. But this is another case of an early fight. Looks like Austria Esports will finish off Vipers. One player of Vipers, at least Spade, is out. Vipers, overall charts not looking that good. And with this elimination, it will put them in a tough spot.
Vipers have been doing okay last week. That's why it makes me ponder about where do they stand exactly when it comes to the top 16 to go in the playoff. Because right now, it feels like they're losing a bit of their grip. And if you tabulate the scores between last week and this week, it feels like they barely make it. But put into consideration for SP and Nigma as well. TX also in jeopardy when it comes to their placement in the playoff, since they didn't perform that well either for last week. They have a bit of a bumps this week as well, but it's way better than last week. But again, is it going to be enough for them? Same goes for SP. Now, SP on the other hand, they have a lot at stake here. We're talking about them coming late into the league. That's one thing. They definitely have to secure triple digit by this week if they want to really be comfortable at top 16.
Yeah, and I think that they only have 2 rounds to go. If they do really well, yes, it's possible for them to get a triple digit and get themselves into the top 16. Can they overall, including last week's performance, it might be borderline for them as well. But I think like if we have a different multiverse of like, okay, SP played every single game last week, and with this week's so-called mid-tier performance, I think we would definitely see them. But now because of that, it's a little bit of a risk for them. They still need to work hard for this round and the next.
Yep, I agree. If they've been playing since the start, it's going to be a different story entirely, a different ending for them. But right now, they are at the brink of losing it. SKR, I feel like they ended up in the middle bracket, maybe in the top 8. If you compare with last week's performance, how much they tabulated the score, they're one of the top 3 or top 5. But here we do have H2O. You mentioned about H2O trying to avoid early fights. Feels like they're back in their old self here, but a bit more comfortable as they are the one chasing KE this time. It's always KE gatekeeping them. I think they had enough of that. They want to be the predators this time. They want to be the prey. They want to be the victims anymore. This time they are chasing the tails out of hell for KE. Boy Sean, separated from the rest of the roster. He kind of trapped himself here. I'm not sure if the top can actually save him, as they are quite far apart.
Well, he has to buy time for himself. I'm not too sure he has enough time. The Molly will not connect onto Boyshan. Boyshan is still alone though. H2O, they're not letting him go at all. Going for the flags. Boyshan definitely will go down here. That one player of H2O will survive for sure. And that's going to be the first elimination point for H2O this round.
Yeah, top saw through this. Still far apart though. Now tapping from afar. The top team is using M16 from that tap just now. Too bad KE players couldn't survive the exploration, have to end up there as a scouter. PBE having a very clear pathway car for them. They don't have any contenders so far nearby. But it's all down to the net circle, really. If a circle really favors Los Leones, then it's going to be a blessing for most of the players because so many corners to take a bit of a height and a bit of a peak. But if it happens to be hard shift on south, and that's going to be feisty because that's not many places for them to actually play on the southern part as well. If you're not on top of the mountains, if you're not getting yourself the most comfortable positions or views, it's really tough to actually move towards one direction. We know for a fact if only one direction's north or south, in this case it's going to be south. A lot of them happen to be clashing too early on. We might finish the game before entering the 7th phase of a circle.
Well, I do hope that it moves out. But, oh, wait a second. H2O, what has got into them? They're not done yet, though. Now going up against GE. They managed to get a knockdown to West. Wow, they have the advantage now. Labo go in, but Labo countered by a point. Labo goes down, but the DBS play takes down Zai. And Mao needs to reset quickly. He's kind of low at this moment. Mao almost got down, but Ichi prepping his nade. But Ichi's going to get flagged in from the other side. Fred's going to come in and master Ichi with the DBS. And it's going to be Fred. He will go down. Mao comes in, but the DBS. He is definitely the master. Master Ichi. That's why they call him that.
They were outnumbered GE right now for H2O. They are losing things that they shouldn't be losing a lot of this manpower to find one last member of GE. Master Ichi with a DBS worked wonderfully wizardry for him. Back to the side of Chico. Spotted out. Final finish of GE.
Oh,
no!
wait!
How?
Oh.
They're so close of losing it. They had 3v1 just now for H2O.
That was crazy there, but 5 elimination points for H2O now. Now move over to APG. Long range shots onto Enigma. Enigma is in trouble, caught out in the open. But Vipers, they're kind of busy as well as SKR. One of the players being eliminated by Vipers, but Vipers will be visited by KE now.
KE taking a bit of a corner sort of a drift, not moving straight into where the J was. Shroud taking on Enigma, caps on the ground. Back to Rain, Spoogle, and the J. 3 different angles entirely. KE, I'm not sure if this is the right spot they want to place themselves in the center of the corner zone coming up from Vipers. Feels like they're working their own trap, but if they can actually slip their way into the flank side, it's going to be devastating for the side of Vipers. But we have one more team Enigma out, but we do have... How bold can you get to get a double airdrop and swim in the open ocean?
What? There's a lot of question mark here. Is it worth it, Raul? Going for that double airdrop while in the open, in the ocean? Really? Okay, I have a lot of question here, but Raul seems to be able to survive for now, but Axis, they are interested to secure that elimination point. KE, on the other hand, on the same compound as Vipers. Vipers now, they just defended this compound. Now they have to deal with KE.
for sort of FVE, right? They had the same sort of rotations, like swimming over the oceans in the, like just avoid crossfire by swimming in the first place. Instead of securing boat, they don't want to attract that much attention, so they go for swimming. It worked well for the last match, but with that airdrop, that will be other teams hover around their crosshair towards the airdrop just to make sure nobody's actually taking it. But that will be them digging their grave. If they've been knocked down in the middle of the ocean, there's nowhere to be found. We got ourselves lost eagles.
What?
My god, this is amazing circle for us. But it's just really treacherous path for the other players. It's going to be tormenting them. Back to a set of Austria. They got the high grounds, but it's not securing enough as the shots coming out from SKR from afar will secure those knockdowns. But FOD also taking a bit of from Austria's side as well. Ramza have to pick them up. But this circle is just insane, Cloud.
Oh yeah, this circle is insane, but we love it. It's going to be fun. It's going to be very challenging for our teams. Where would they want to go? Do they want to stay on the main peninsula or do they want to go down? This will be the big question mark for our teams to answer. But before that, they need to defend their area. As long as they're in the circle, especially looking at FOD, we can see there are a couple of teams on the high ground. They could come in and crash into FOD. They have easy, keeping us onto the high ground, making sure that they don't come close or at least give information to their team to get ready if they do.
H2O managed to flee away from the crime scene, but back to the TX. They got the vintage point, but they are at the rim of the northern circle. Just making sure that H2O cannot squeeze in. Almost clipped entirely health of H2O. Labo just now. Rio, I mean, like, just looking at the mountains. A lot of teams start to actually cross over the bridge here. We do have SP swimming beneath it.
Oh.
Make me question, did FVE really make a big, good decision, even though they are swimming in the open ocean? But that might be the best decision they've made by far.
It is possible because the circle still comprises a lot of water, so maybe they could hang on for a long time there. We need to wait and see if that actually happens. Now Axis getting one in the back onto APG. It's going to be Shroud being taken out. APG now knows that someone's there. They try to reposition themselves, but they're going towards PBE instead.
From the pen to the fire, they say. I don't know what happened on the other end, but SP here, hanging on their dear life, swimming over underneath that bridge. Spotted out by Davon. Oh, this is not doing great for SP. They thought they can hide, but things are not at their end. PBE, on the other hand, going for a hunt. FVE managed to dock themselves on the outskirts. Moxie being pinned down by the side of Monet with a mini 14. YG gonna have a bigger fishing day for the end.
Oh yeah, Moxie, where is he gonna go from here? Moxie only like 1% of health left. And finally be taken out by Marnet. Marnet will happily take that as part of his pursuit to maybe try to get that FMVP. But then again, we'll visit that later on. APG's in the water as well. Everyone's going for a swim.
They're being forced to. Look at how it's going to be the small island of Los Higos to be the last few circles. And what's worth, Falcon is going to be a long trip for them. They don't have any land to work with. Those coming out from the northern side, they have to cut across. APG decided to take a swim. Whoever's not inside of Los Higos right now will have to pay a big of a heavy toll to just get across towards that side.
Falcon's out too. This is an extremely rare circle, I must say. We don't get that all the time.
One in a million.
1 in a million. And if you can't think about it, right, it's always like the last day of a week or last day of a league or last day of a league or at least or finals that we get these kind of circles. But it arrived at the right time. At least we're entertained. Now with PBE securing more elimination points in the bag onto Axis, and Axis is out now. This could be opportunity still for H2O to secure more points. Oh no, hang on a second. Oh, Axis is still alive. 1 player left. Amir, are you doing it really?
Why? Oh, no, he's gonna be KO
Wait,
on
what?
the other end. Oh, there's gonna be the troll bridge taking advantage of the situation across them as well. As PBE a bit devastated that they couldn't secure that last point for themselves, but still secured 4 in the back for now. Demigod, I mean, like, that's gonna be your own teammate. for the footsteps. Nobody else nearby. Roll, Doc himself, spotted out APG, Teve and Kid is actually swimming over. Look at that Mini 14, hovering around towards the open ocean. I'm glad FE actually swim over early on. If not, that's going to be them swimming over in the hands of APG. Right now, Kid and Teve have to make a big U-turn. Well, 1 second, it's going to be sharing a bit of a compound with VE at the same time. Ranger, he actually didn't take the bait. I'm not sure if he is not aware, but that vehicle movement definitely give up the sounds. That audio cue for Ranger to actually have this alertness back towards his side. And YG, I'm not sure if 1 second we're going to split this over. It's going to be too big of a risk. There's going to be 2 different angles covering over this time.
Oh, he's coming, but hang on a second. Looks like H2O. Not too shabby though. Labo gets one. On another side, it's going to be DZ going down. Now we have Oscar Esports on the TX. TX has the high ground advantage, knows exactly where they are. DZ is gunned down. DZ needs to be saved. But TX is moving in as well. They have backup on the high ground as well as the low ground. Now they are moving. They want to take over this compound.
PBE taking back the backfire to the side of Labo for the H2O. Teve taking on Raul. Bit of trading with Rio and DZ at the same time. Teve taking on Raul straight away and finish things off. It's going to be losing man on the side of FVE. Marcus put out TX on the other end. It's going to be them having a bit of a gatekeeping. Those coming up from the other side of the island. Renza with a UMP. Trying to finish off TX at the same time. TX stuck in between. And that's the last member survive. SKR Marcus gatekeeping this side as well. SKR, this might be their chance to redeem themselves in the last minute.
Oh, H2O is out as well. 12 ways, 6 elimination points. Too bad for them. Now we will see the snake. The smoke being tossed out, but oh, okay. 100% island now, Choo. And we still have a couple of teams on the main peninsula. Oh no, this is bad for FOD, PBE, and Austria.
There's no way of crossing over this one. It's so tough. Look at how APG Teve also guarding over that side of the coastline. YG waiting on the southern part, which is going to be having a bit of a clash with FVE. APG. This is going to be perfect fishing day, but oh no, I didn't spot them out. SKR caught the glimpse on the side of PBE and cool. Big spotter out, Kid. Just gonna randomly shoot this one. But Kid have to jump back into the water. He's attracting those shots coming from behind. Aspie with Polly.
Okay, here we go. Aspie at the lower ground though. Demigod's not having a good time. He's got that Davan's moving in, but Davan loses the fight. His teammate at the top must come over top right now. But at the same time, they're going in for the flight. They're going on to Panda. Panda jumps into the water at the top. 50% of health left. Needs to reset quickly while his teammate, Kaya, going in from the side, trying to get as much as he can. But he can't see the fighting good angle. But now he has PBE as well. Probably going to focus on the PBE later on. But Kaya makes sure that no one is down there.
They have to pick their points and which one to just focus on first. To top what actually covers on the side of PBE, while the rest of KE, especially Kaya, try to find the ones actually under the bridge. A bit of a blunder coming out from SP early on. Now they getting back on their feet for a reset. But Panda and the rest of SP, they cannot actually peek out from underneath this bridge because there's too many teams right at the end of this bridge as well. We're talking about oversaturated end of the bridge. More than 4 teams around here. 6 make it even. KE, SportX, SP, and Vipers waiting at the right time to pick out. Marcus taking on YG on the other end of the island as well. While SKR, YG having a bit of exchange of the crossfires. Spoogle taking on Paulie of XP. FOD taking on PB and one boy. Paulie will be visited by the rest of SPE on the other end. But Kaya, big spot. I have no clue where the shot's coming out from.
Everyone's just so close to each other. While FV, they are looking from afar. They probably want to take advantage of any bodies lying on the ground to steal away those elimination points. Well, we see here Ray tossing out smokes just to buy time for himself. At the same time, we can see that SKR 5 elimination points right now. SP still stuck here. The circle. We might need the circle to force them to move. But before that, YG is out as well with only 1 point.
I thought they might actually have this one. I was wrong. A bit too much visitors coming from the southern part. The J spot that those are actually trying to camp on top of that bridge. But there's KE in between them. Davan is still proning down, making sure he's not being discovered yet. Kaya got a bit of a space to reset himself. I'm not sure about their resources and their utilities. I don't think Kaya have enough first aids as he's actually using over that bandages for now. SKR actually not being visited by any of the teams. FV still hovering and gatekeeping towards the side of APG. PBE trying to dock themselves in the last minute and just swim over, but the circle just shifted away from them. The ones on top of a bridge now have to cross over, but how to get in here for FOD?
I have no idea. Even if they jump into the water, there'll be players waiting for them. Now APG is being spotted out by PBE on the other side. It's waiting for the right moment. Mini 14. I'm kind of surprised as well that PBE managed to get into the island, but that's a good ninja skill that they had. The top needed that one. It's probably going to go in to secure that elimination point.
SKR exploring just to make sure they got everything's covered from every angle, but they definitely know for a fact there's another team across them just now. 9 teams remaining with FOD stuck in such an ordeal. Such a precarious trap they trapped themselves here. Aspie right across them. If they were to jump down, Aspie has been waiting under that bridge for the longest time. Easy is trying to find his easy way in, but there's no way he can get that in easily. PBE slowly moving, advancing to the side of FVE now. APG still holding on their breath on the shorelines. The Kit and also Thief still managed to survive, with Thief securing 3 eliminations just by himself. But that's one team to deal with on top of them. It's not just going to be that one team, FVE. It's going to be another team on the other side as well. FOD managed to slip by here. Joseph and Nung already dropped themselves around the corner of the island here, with Panda right across them. I'm not sure. This is the last member of SP. They definitely don't want him to actually just pick out. Even though he hurt himself at footsteps, he would just play this quietly for now.
Well, I'm still amazed that somehow FOD managed to slide into the circle. I thought they would have been a goner at the bridge. But now they're trying to fight their way through. One nade tossed into the compound. It landed on the school girl, but only 10% of health chipped away. Panda is still there. No one knows that Panda is there. He's been there for, like, what, the longest time?
He's the last survivor for the team as well. A lot of weight on his shoulders. But spotted out, he heard the footsteps from Davan, I think. But he hasn't got a clue where the exact positions. We have to be extra careful because he's stuck in between 2 teams. You have no idea what that's about. It's going to be really tough for him to get out from there. If not being spotted out there, he's going to be super lucky by end of this day. PBE and APG might actually be spotted out each other. Astro taking his quiet time to just stay in the corner. Kid taking down on one FVE. Now he's trying to just secure the eliminations. But that's Chewy. Just gonna revive his teammate at the same time. Not sure if Kid can make it on time, but here comes the nade. Tiff pushing out another corner. I love how they crossfire. The cross angle that they're closing into a sort of FV. It's gonna be a perfect execution if this secures nicely 2 points on the side of APG. And that's just it.
Whoa.
What a duo coming from the side of APG.
Wow, APG. They were in water for the longest time, and now they managed to survive into the circle by taking out FVE. That was an insane rush there. But speaking of insane, Panda! Until now, no one knows he's there. He could be the kingmaker between these 2 teams.
Oh, Viper's got chipped down quite a bit. Taking the damage from the hand grenade toss over. FOD slipped in again. Unscathed. Easy spot them out. Oh, it's going to be Dan taking on the fight straight head on. Joseph on the ground. It's going to be 1-to-1 trade for both of them. But FOD winning this fight. Swiping the... Just making sure the floor is clean against Vipers. And Vipers didn't see that one coming. They were taken by surprise.
They totally didn't expect that, but this is unexpected as well. Again, it's going to be KE from afar. Come on, KE. KE is like this long-range specialist throughout the day. A lot of the eliminations came from like a million miles away.
Same goes for APG. They were the one actually drowning at first. Barely make it into the island. Now they just slowly taking the kills and taking the eliminations from behind. Kid might spot out Raimon next. That's going to be last player of PBE as well. Panda, on the other hand, not being favoured by the circle. Now have to take out the blue zone for a bit. But spot out Joseph, taking on FOD. Single-handedly taking him down. This might be a bonus day for a set of Panda, but the top hurt the footsteps, hurt the fires just now. We're actually trying to shift his attention to this side. Panda have to be extra vigilant and extra careful. Finish off Joseph. It's easily gaining this one bonus point, but it's taking a bit time back. Easy!
Oh.
Taking on Mewtwo. Oh, Escal missed that! Missed that huge time!
Oh, goodness me. Oh, good thing. He missed it. It's okay. Backups around. And his opponent got eliminated. If he missed that and he loses the fight, that would be the worst case scenario.
Kid still advancing forward, going towards the direction of Raimon. PBE still have the crosshair to a side of KE. Astro barely make it in. Slowly crouching over to the side of PBE. Raimon seems like the center of attention right now. They're just touching the rim for all these teams here. So many of them actually not in the center. None of them are actually in the center. Every just touching the rim of the corner right now. Treading on thin ice, being extra careful. Not to overexpose himself too early. KE still holding towards this compound. But the moment they step out, it's going to be an open field as well. Oja. Oh, so close.
Nice pro shot. Haven't seen that for a while. And with that, we are now down to the top 5 teams. KE will have trouble. Okay, it's even worse for Panda, not gonna lie. How is he gonna get across? KE knows there's someone there. And not only that, he's being covered by 2 angles. Nowhere for Panda to go, and definitely he's out. SP number 5, 1 elimination point, and now it's KE. It's a little bit difficult for them because they need to climb, but they have the manpower advantage, so that is probably going to be their saving grace.
I mean, like, you take that back, they don't have enough men anymore. It's going to be equal field for these guys with a lot of 2s in their teams. KE being knocked down 1 for Kaya. Kid want to secure the elimination. Steve on the other hand pushing forward but exposing himself towards the side of SKR on the other end. I feel like SKR will actually get this if they know how to play around the structures here. Kid being exposed here. T14K tried to spray him down but he missed and whiffed. With PBE being eliminated next. It's down to 2v2v2. Everyone have a duo on this side. APG, KE, and SKR. With SKR taking the majority of the circle as well. But the circle shifted. The next stage. Where will the circle favor here?
Well, this is the final phase. That means the circle will close entirely. Which also means that the blue will touch onto the team at the side closest to it first. KE at the lower ground. SKR, not gonna lie, they have the best location possible for now, but Mewtwo seems to be in trouble. Is he being shot at? Maybe. Looks like it. At the same time, APG, not too bad as of a location as well for them.
That's kind of true. It's all down to who's being shrink down by the blue zone first. Which side the blue zone will shut down first. Which will force the players to actually move forward and give away their positions. Hit. Exchanging fires with Mewtwo. T14K being forced to stay in the blue, but that's too much damage. Just for the sake of that bug, he got last first aid to work with. T14K managed to actually secure that vehicle, but at the same time, a lot at stake here for him. APG keep on going from the back line. I mean, like, APG, they slipped by. It was not an easy task, but they made it through with SKR. T14K exposed in the back line. Kid shredded almost his helmet. Now trying to shut down Mewtwo. But Mewtwo got the vehicle. Will actually push forward here. But what is he? He's giving away his position, that buggy.
Oh, but the kid, he could be the kingmaker here. But let's hold our horses because we still have KE slowly climbing up to the higher ground. SKR, they're moving in. They're going against APG. KE could be the kingmaker. KE is waiting for the right moment. Mewtwo is waiting behind. The kid knows exactly where they are. The kid shoots. The kid can't connect those shots enough. And now the kid will go mano a mano.
Oh, he got shot by KE. KE taking a step forward. A bit of exchange into 1-1 for the both knockdown. SKR, this is what they've been waiting for. The patience will be fruitful and will be paid off if they take the advantage into their hands right now. They have more men than the rest of the team. APG and KE leaving with one each. And APG, team being shot down by the side of SKR. Mewtwo secured the elimination. Kid tried to reset himself. Spotted out Mewtwo. Mewtwo will be covered here, but he got shot down as well. It's going to be a massive confirm. SKR secured the last chicken dinner in the last minute. What a match between these three teams.
Yeah, not gonna lie, that would have been tough for him to clutch it. He was at the lower ground, was kind of low as well. He needed to reload, so that was the best case scenario for him to get like the second place finish. But SKR is here, ladies and gentlemen. SKR, page number 2 team, rising up by showing everyone that they can still get that chicken dinner.
That was a very challenging circle. Absolutely insane to just push down all the way down south in the small island of Lost Eagles. That 1 in a million circle, if you can actually survive that one, it's already speaks out a big statement for the teams in terms of their rotation, in terms of their team play. It's not easy to actually be there. You have to swim across. And SKR, they're one of those teams that get there quite early on, but not that early yet. They were in the middle of the wall zone around on top of that bridge. Still secure 6 elimination just by T14K with 700 over damage. Still to survive till the end. That was really tough one, Cloud.
Yeah, that wasn't easy. I mean, the circle was very interesting as well. And speaking about interesting circle, look at it. Travel distance for SKR. 14,000, way above APGK and PB, but they still managed to get this into the circle. That's number 1. Number 2, they managed to get that chicken dinner. I mean, it's a perfect scenario for them, and the number of the number shown on their travel distance just tells us a story that it wasn't easy for them.
They had the longest journey of all the teams survived till the end just now. They were grinding themselves into this very small island. APG, you have to give respect for these guys as well. So many of their teammates being shot down when they were swimming over. And one of those teams actually guarding them, it was actually PvE. But lucky enough, because of the routes and distraction in between all the other teams, they're a bit distracted and change and shift over their attention towards the other side of the island. But SKR, this is what I've been waiting for. Like, this is what the SKRs were last week. With this double-digit eliminations, got themselves a chicken. This definitely pushed them a bit more when it comes to the overall rankings. But will it be enough for them? I feel like this map itself, this match and this round, will be the security for them to be the top 16 in the playoff.
You know what surprises me even more? After everything that FVE did, they got nothing. Are you kidding me? They survived all the way there. They got that high ground, but no points at all.
They got a lot of knockdowns. In the case of FVE, it's always the execution that is a bit of a problem for them. They always got so many knockdowns, but they just couldn't secure the eliminations and translate into 1 point of eliminations. It's always that case. It's really painful to be at the receiving end because they always got that knockdown but being finished off by somebody else. But here it comes for a top ranking in the overalls in week 2. So close for Ozja to finish things off. Down to one last map to see between the West Point Mumbai and Ozja later. But YG push upward tie with BG in the last minute.
Wow, okay. Burmese goes, to be fair, they didn't play that round, so there will be opportunity for them to catch up again because they have 1 game in hand. But of course, they have to collect points, no doubt. Man, I still feel for FVE. So much effort. They did fairly well, but no points. Okay, let's see where they are at. They went on to page 2. Yeah, that's the answer. A team that's fairly consistent in page 1, now in page 2. Man, I mean, my heart goes out to them.
It's really tough to beat them, especially when you secure so many eliminations, so many knockdowns. It makes me kind of wonder, how much knockdown do they actually have on the side of FVE? If we can actually tally up and see the KPI, it would be really great because it's going to be the set award for them, right? I feel like they deserve the set award for the side of FVE right now.
Oh man, that's just sad. And it was a very hard circle, not gonna lie. But they still managed to
made
get
it.
themselves there.
They
got
made it.
they did. Can you imagine? They also survived the two airdrop thing,
True.
and they got nothing.
And they were the first to actually swim over to Los Higos. We were having a
Yes.
bit question mark first why they swim over. Then we hop into the circle. Then we see, oh, that's why they were swimming in the first place. They were one of the first few to get into Los Higos. They got the advantage at first. But I don't know what went wrong for them. We didn't get a lot of their view or POV previously. But things got really out of hand for the side of VE. They got so many knockdowns. I think they got one of the most knockdowns if you compare with other teams.
And they just had to be crashed in by APG, and the rest was history. That's all I can say. Oh no! I think this is the most disastrous result that we've seen in the wildcard so far.
This is the saddest day.
Saddest
for Aces.
result, yeah.
I agree. It's one of the saddest teams right now. They got so much to offer, but being finished off by the other team entirely. But you know what? We're down to our last map later on, but we're not done yet. So we're going to take a bit of a break before we get into our last map of the entire league. See you guys in a bit.
This is the final game for the league, the PUBG Mobile Professional League Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring 2023. Can't wait to get this started. Can't wait to know who's the top 16 on to the grand finals. My name is Sir Cloud. Together with the wonderful Choo Choo, we'll be bringing you the stories in the final game.
It's gonna be one last match and one last match to play with. Can they make it in the last minute for the push? Will they actually have to drain down all their hopes and expectation when it comes to the last map? Because just now we saw the unexpected happen. Like example H2O, you know, they had enough of being the victims. They wanted to be the prey, so they want to go for more. But what's more for you guys, don't forget to actually get yourself the Neon Assassin's Power, the new Power Force series, available right now during this short amount of time. So make sure you get it for yourself before the season ends.
Oh yeah, 4 skins available for grabs. Previously it was something different. Next it will surely be something different. So you don't want to miss out on this. 1, 2, 3, 4. The preview is on screen right now. You've seen this for 2 weeks by now. You would have known this, so just check it out. But this one, oh my goodness, you should check this out.
I think this one's really swag though. I mean, the Silver Guru set will be one of the best set that I've seen by far. Aside from the M41 Ice, also we do know that's going to be one of the best cosmetic for the rifles. But this one, I do want to see the animation, how it actually plays in the game.
Yeah, I do want to see as well, so make sure you tag us if you have any content on it. But tag us as well if you purchase the new Royal Pass. Only available, of course, it includes the skin for a DBS, a weapon that's super duper hot right now. And on top of that, there's an ornament, there's a parachute, a skin, there's a skin for a helicopter, and even a stun grenade as well. So those that you don't really use, but the DBS, keep your eye on that.
Yeah, but also don't forget about our commemoration or the collaboration with Bruce Lee, where you can have faith in yourself till the end of the line with this martial art master Bruce Lee joins into PUBG Mobile. Even the Afro guy can make it, why not you? Because you might be one of the pro players one day and get us, you know, to comment. I can't even wait to comment on your games. There you go.
Yeah, maybe when we do that, you're using the new Terrafang for Car 98K. It's currently on the limited favorites and on sale too, so don't miss out on this. It has this like magma-ish kind of design. And if you get any of those skins, do check us out as well on our social medias. Use this opportunity to tag their social medias onto your own content so that our admins can have a look, and who knows, you might be rewarded.
Yeah.
Or maybe not. I'm just saying.
Just flex with your cosmetics that we cannot afford to have, okay? So you guys can have the right to brag and have the right to flex. But also this is going to be our last map for the entire league of Wildcard C here, with no Group B anymore. SKR, that was their last push. YG, also their last push. Vipers and Axis will not be playing as well, but will be enough for the Group B. Will be biting their nails, waiting for ACDE finish in this last Miramar.
Yes, and that also means that Axis has ended their league campaign, at least waiting for the final scores to see if to get a confirmation if they'll be in the top 16. Although I do worry for them in terms of that, but that also means that H2O will be playing the next round. They have an opportunity to overtake Axis, just saying. So that's their final chance to get a chicken dinner in the league at least. But if we want to talk about them, maybe seeing them in the grand finals, not too sure about that.
This is going to be our last time to draw up predictions when it comes to the last map of the league. Let's see what we have, because West Point Mamba will be on my prediction, and Austria, we do know for a fact they're really close of closing the gap. But GE, I'm not surprised if GE going really run amok when it comes to this map here.
I do personally, so we do agree on Austria Esports, the both of us. TX, not the best of performances, but I just want to put it as a sign of support for teams on page 2. But PBE, honestly, if any, to me personally, if any dark horse were to kind of win this, I have a feeling it's going to be PBE. They do have moments where they do play very well. Aggressiveness, they can get those elimination points. They can be fairly consistent, but of course, what matters is how they perform in the grand finals. So I do think that PB, they have that potential.
Yeah, especially when they were playing in the previous season against MY as well. It used to be known as KHI. So they definitely got that more of that experience. Sorry, more of that experience compared to the other teams, right? Sorry, I forgot to close that one. But back to our last Miramar map here. 20 more seconds to go. We do want to see, can anybody take West Point Mamba off their high horses here? Can they take away the podium spot from their hands in the last minute? And will it be enough for the teams that barely make it the top 16 have their last push when it comes to the last map here? So let's hop into Miramar.
Well, to answer your question, Choo Choo, the closest team that can take away the #1 spot from West Point Mamba this week is going to be SEA Esports. They are only 8 points different from West Point Mamba. But of course, they need to take out West Point Mamba. It's going to be tough because we all know West Point Mamba, they love Miramar. It's their favorite map.
I think Austria actually do have a shot here because from my analysis, Austria and GE do love Miramar as much as West Point Mamba plays, like how they execute stuff. But I have to agree, West Point Mamba do have the upper hand here. They are more comfortable when it comes to getting eliminations, when it comes to getting especially eliminations, and when it comes to rank as well. They can balance things out. Sometimes the elimination is way more their rank points anyway. So I'm not surprised if they go blazing this time and just go really wild to get all the eliminations as much as they can to push and make a big statement and secure that #1 spot regardless of how many teams try to push them down.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see if any of those teams have an early clash. Okay, I'm keeping my eye on the El Pozo. We have APG overlap by another team. But wait a second. Another southern side circle? Wow, we are blessed today, Chuchu.
I mean, like, this is more left than the previous one, so we might end up Valdemar, possibly Chumacera, but this is like not even nearby, like not even including any sort of Los Leones at all if you compare with the last one. But we do know for a fact if it's like very nice circle for the entire day for Erangel, when it comes to the last two maps, usually it's going to be really challenging for the players. And it happens to be almost very similar circle from if the map is like back to back the same map. It might actually repeating sort of the same pattern. And it feels like the same here. The top taking on Labo. H2O being hunted down. You know what? KE can have back their redemption because Labo have been hunting down KE in the previous map.
Yeah, that's kind of like a good point. And I believe that it does feel like it's deliberate that KE tries to find H2O with Picardo. Because normally H2O does drop with Picardo in the first place. So it's going to be interesting if they manage to get that revenge. But if H2O manage to win this fight, well, it's going to be amazing because now they're playing handicap. 3 players alive.
Now they might be tucking into their corners here for the side of H2O since they lost early on. Labo is going to be entering. Dragon for them! Mars is being spotted out with no helmet on their side. Only shotguns to work with. Oh man, Devon and the rest of KE really hunting down rest of H2O here, and they barely make it through at first.
That was a close one, honestly. Well, we see it time and time again. Like from this building to the other side, it will take a while. They cannot just go straight because there's a good amount of open area. So they need to go in for the flag, and that's exactly what we can see H2O is kind of doing. But I'm not too sure, is that going to be offensive or he just wants to loot on that side? But considering that there are only 3 players, for him to take the offensive to go in, I don't think it would be a wise choice. In fact, because they're only having 3 players, they might consider to just bail this compound.
And for the side of FOD, I think that was a long shot between them and another team just now being knocked down, which could be Burmese goal. So they will not execute that one knockdown. Never mind. Feels like BG might have to give it away for the side of FOD here. And they will actually counter fire back. I'm not sure why we're looking over the scene that we're not having any fights, but BG on the other end there, they definitely have a bit of skirmishes, especially easy. If it would just knock down Mura from a fire, I think that's like 100 meters apart. Nang is the one that arriving latest, but we have his view the most. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit questionable for choice of observers, but it's okay. They might actually have a long day already.
Yeah, but okay, finally we'll see some action. It's gonna be John just punching it out. He doesn't have any weapons, so to be fair,
Yeah.
that's why he did that.
He actually do have weapon, but they don't want to waste
okay.
their magazines. They don't want to waste their ammunition when it comes to you know, finish off the elimination and translate into 1 point in the first place. They barely actually loot up. They got lucky. They got the loot way earlier than the side of BG. Now BG leaving only 1 man behind. I'm not sure where the last player is, but we did saw the H2O scenario previously we talked about, right? So I think H2O is just gonna go for the loot just now. They can actually exit out from behind from what we've seen the last position they had before. So I think it's going to be a bit quiet, relatively calm for most of the teams. But the 4th circle, on the other hand, the 3rd circle is already more than enough to actually determine where the last few circles will be at. Is it going to be right on top of Voldemort? There's a lot of valleys and mountains where the center of the circle is at right now, Cloud.
Yeah, totally agree. If any team were to be able to get that high ground above Ostromacera, that would be perfect for this kind of circle at least. If it moves down, it's always easier from the top to go down rather than from the bottom, and you have to go up because how the circle shifts. So it's always nice to get those spots. But in order to do that, teams have to be fast. If they know that they're the type of like slow rotation-ish, then it's going to be difficult. They might as well play at the lower ground.
For APG, exchanging fire. TX got caught during mid-rotation here. Got the explosion on the side of APG. They're going to finish things off. Aaron definitely was secured by the side of APG. TX leaving only 2 men to get into where they fancy. But the problem is, like we mentioned earlier on, it's not an easy task. So they have to rotate really early. This means that they might actually have early clashes as well, like how TX is actually experiencing. And they're being forced to take the fight anyway. For Sin, on the other hand, they got a bit of a high grounds, but they're not in the safe zone either. I mean, like, they're not in the safe place at all. We're talking about Enigma keeping a close eye to the side of Sen. Which is to, surprisingly, they're not going to go for this engage, taking a long rotation from exit out at the back. But they are taking the challenge head on against KE.
Well, we can see that KE's movement, they're a little bit more confident. They're opening up the flanks. The Holy Lanju managed to evade Enigma, not a position that he wants to take fights. Because he's outside of the circle, the blue would close in onto him and his teammates nowhere around. But I am surprised for H2O. I mean, H2O, come on. You're playing as a trio, you might as well exit and try to survive and try to go for that chicken dinner.
It's all down to sort of a gamble here. Down towards the circle, really. No matter how good of a drop spot you have initially. But if the circle just happens to be moving away from you since the start, it's already a big challenge for these guys to make sure they have enough utilities to survive to get into the safe zone. We're talking about Enigma just leaving out the blue zone, and so many players already finished off by the play zone itself. We're talking about SP, Falcon, FVE, even PBE tanking out the blue while H2O taking it head on.
Oh.
I'm surprised. They're already handicapped at first, but still not going for an exit and take up the challenge. You know what, KE? We want to fight you either way, even though we are losing at first. But it's going to be on top of Chumacera, which is going to be really tough if you're not on top of a hill. Where I'm not sure Enigma, will they stop by to take a bit of this fair share amount of crossfire or not? It feels like they don't want to be part of it.
Unless they can win this fight. Oh, okay, that's a pan there by Kaya. Frankly speaking, unless they win this fight, I'll be really disappointed. There goes down another one. Chico's the last man. Spots out Davan. But he can't connect those shots enough, and
I know that sigh. I feel the same way because they had the opportunity and they got the space and time to lead to leave this compound and go for a different compound behind them entirely. To actually go for next. They're really angry. I think they want to finish off the bullet and ammunition so they can change their weapons. Just to make sure the other teams that happen to pass by here not have any ammunition, even though it's a good gun to work with. That's one of them a reason. It's not because they are raging or whatsoever. That's them playing it smart for KE actually. And but back to the H2O part, right? I mean, like, why? Why did they want to take up the fight there? Yes, they can if they want to, but the way they were placing themselves and how much loot they can actually gather from to build up their gears is not enough to fight the entire squad of KE.
I mean, yeah, the math just doesn't add up, right? Like, it's 3v4, and performance-wise, and gotta be realistic there. The amount of loot, there's so many factors, right? And it all just points towards, like, just leave the compound, that's all. There's no further explanation, and they have an exit point behind if they move fast enough. At some point, they were, like, kind of waiting in different rooms. So that waiting moment or that waiting time could have been used to just exit.
Or just find a vehicle to exit out, because I do realize they haven't got themselves any vehicles to work with. But you know what? What's done and dusted cannot be undone anymore. Back to a sort of FOD. Enigma got themselves elevations for a bit. FOD will work around the structures as well. And Spooky trying to climb up a bit more elevations just to see through where Enigma at. Nang still loot while running at the same time. Enigma, on the other hand, trying to get himself the best place possible on top of the Chumacera Mountains. At the same time, I have a feeling we might ended up on top of this mountain for the last few circles because the Chumacera Town, even though they got themselves a bit of a crate, a bit on lower ground. But high chances are we might ended up on top of this mountain, and working around the valleys will be really crucial for these guys. If they don't have vehicles, it's okay to be on foot because it's a really steep cliff. There's so many steep cliffs here that cannot be actually discovered by the teams on top of it.
Well, we get a confirmation now, and yes, it's going to be the high grounds of Chumacera. A little bit on the left side as well, so high ground it is. Let's go for it if there's an opportunity. So far, we can see West Point Mamba at prime position, Enigma as well, Osja Esports on the other side. So those are some of the key points. SP's trying to climb up. They could get a key point for themselves, but for the rest of them, if they want it, they have to fight for it.
Now, for TX, they lost early on. Heavy toll on their side with 2 men survive and work as a duo. I mean, like, it's never wrong to work as a duo as a start. I mean, like, you're going to be more vigilant and be more alert about your surrounding when you have less men to work with, right? And the communication is getting faster with lesser men to work with around there. But at the same time, when it comes to firepower, it's going to be a huge disadvantage for the team. For APG, they're still going around the corner just to loot things up. But SP, they're not aware for the fact they've been scouted by Southwest. For Mamba, here comes the M16. G-Lab happens to be there as well, and Spooky sharing the same plays here. There's so many eyes towards sort of G-Lab and SP. Oh boy, I feel like all the teams in the center, all the teams are sharing this sort of crossfire will lose. Because West Point Mamba stealing away from afar.
Oh, 3 teams at the same area at some point. Now we're down to 2 teams with FSP being eliminated. Koopa's going down. Scotty, did this spawn out? Scotty, they don't know he's there. Oh!
So many eyes watching over here. We're talking about the high grounds taken over by the big teams here. Oja and West Point Mamba having this easy on their hand. G-Lab and Enigma haven't got a clue, and Spooky out. It's gonna be Sin. Finish them off.
Wait, what?
How many teams are there here?
Oh, this is why I pointed out on the high ground, those prime positions. And we can see that GE is in one of them. That's why they could take advantage. Sin is in one of them as well. That's why they could take advantage of this situation.
This is going downhill for the teams that are actually in this compound particularly. Look at how West Point Mamba taking... Oh boy, this is not going well for all 3 teams there. Yes, Scotty being knocked down and finished off, but Caps, Enigma, even though they might actually win this one, but Sin also winning, but Caps, The last member surviving with only one elimination in his hands. Caps will be discovered around the corner, playing a ring around the rosy. G is shot from afar by Osja and West Point Mamba, the one that actually will be taking advantage. This is their map. All teams in here will all dying. There's nowhere. Even though they're winning this for Sin, but they're losing as well.
Oh, 1v2, but we hear the sound of DBS, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Sid, for playing the league. Please stay tuned to the official announcement whether they'll get the slot onto the next round, but now focusing on the circle. A 50-50 split between the left side mountains and the right side mountains. This is going to be tough. They need to really predict G-Lab, however, right in the middle of it. They might get the next bit of the circle, but I want to see where OJS and West Point Mamba is at. Speaking about them, they are here.
I mean, like, GE, West Point Mamba have been taking advantage of G-Lab. Now they couldn't get out from there because how West Point Mamba just strictly making sure they cross it on top of them. But PBE versus APG here is going to be another round for them based on the last performance. Now they're having another go. From Los he goes down to Jamasira this time. West Point Mamba keep their taps open for all the teams crossing by. They keep getting themselves a third-party eliminations. That was a huge point for them. They already secured 2 eliminations just by butting into this business. Singers for FOD. They're digging their grave there. Oja taking on the side of Falcon as well. These 2 teams, nobody's challenging them. And they are on the top 2, not stopping by getting themselves so much elimination from afar.
Oh, look at the amount of teams here, Choo. There's like, what, 5 teams in the minimap itself? That's insane. Anyway, TX is going to come in from behind. They have the high ground against APG on the left side. Zen as well. But they need to find a way into the circle. They could be eyed on from that high ground too. Falcon is on top of them, but Falcon is distracted as well with teams on their own.
TX, but our APG, oh, Teeth, they're just walking themselves into a trap here. No way out. There's PG behind them. PB on their left. There's gonna be another one. TX taking them down. Team, where to run for APG? They are stuck in a corner. Down to only one player here. It's gonna be the side of APG. Power trying to survive as long as he can. But smoke's gonna go down. And the moment the smoke dissipates, it's gonna be a clear path and clear sight for these guys to shoot him down straight away. Rio trying to save his mate Zen from afar, but it's just, that's too open. GE being knocked down from the other end. It's gonna be West Point Mamba, I guess, that's shooting them down all around. No, it's gonna be Falcon taking advantage of this. PBE, nobody scouting them out. Master Zai with the UMP around the corner. Spy him out. He got fired first.
Oh!
Falcon on his knees.
Managed to arrive in time, but not in time for the first aid to help his opponent, and he managed to secure that elimination. Beautiful rush. But speaking about beautiful rushes, looks like Mobile gets one of the Ranger. Power will go down as well. West gets eliminated. That is the end for Angkor, PUBG or APG. Number 12, 3 elimination points. FVE, high ground for them, but TX finally able to move in.
Looking over Ozja, dominating chart right now. G-Lab got themselves 7 eliminations, but down to 2 players compared with Ozja. 5 eliminations, but remain as a squad. BG finish off PBE Raymond from the flank side. But Rio taking advantage as well. So much work by the other teams. Is that always going to be somebody to be the third party all day long? G-Lab managed to just hold it in for the longest time here. But look at those job placement. They're spreading through the left side of a circle, entirely dominated by them. And West Point Mamba taking those coming out from the southern part as well. And Ozja not showing any sign of slowing down. They're taking more eliminations there with another team out at 11 places, which is going to be GE next. Burmese go down to 1 player. We have 4 teams having a full squad. FVE, KE, and West Point Mamba and Ozja. These are the teams that can actually make a change when it comes to the last few minutes of the overall rankings.
Oh man, Ozja really wants the number 1 spot. Look at the amount of eliminations right now. 6 eliminations, but West Point Mamba is not going to let go that easy. They have 3 eliminations on their own, and they still remain a full squad. It'll be interesting to see if it's down to these last 2 teams at the final moment. But now Rio's moving. Rio spots one now. Spray coming in from Rio. Will not connect at all.
Renza make a big trip of U-turn, but that smoke up bug, you really have to leave by the side of Renza. It's too risky for him to actually have that bug to work alongside with him. Chewy take it on cool. Sky and Ocha, they got himself, what a comfortable spot there. Chewy drop himself, sliding down out of nowhere. Maybe being surprised by sand from afar. But Rio having a nade. Lucky enough they swap. He swapped over, he shifted over to his left side. If not, it's going to be really tough for FV to climb that spot. But Renza, this guy is just having such a good day. And Ozja is like racing eliminations against West Point Mamba at this point.
Oh, Rio. Does he know? Okay, he knows that someone's there, but he's not sure at what angle. A Goblin not showing himself yet. Still prodding. He's tossing nades, tossing mollies on the second floor, but no one's there. So he's just using utilities without any return. Rio still trying to, he knows it's there, but he just can't put a finger on it.
Trying to exchange with something. Goblin. Only one elimination. So if he goes down here too early, he's just going to place himself at 9th place. There's not much to work with at 9th place. Renza still not giving away his buggy for free. It's still risky for him to actually keep on using it. Rio, on the other hand, wants to go for the corners, but he don't have a molly to actually clear things up. Not even a grenade at this point for TX. Trying to find something to work with. Goblin as well. Don't have any utilities to toss around. But I have a feeling Ozja is going to be the one winning this fight between these two teams. This is going to be the victim of Ozja again. I mean, like, come on.
Yeah, Ozja got surrounded. Not gonna lie. So, probably a couple more points in the back unless something insane happened. But no one's really moving, waiting for the next phase of the circle. It's very likely for all these three teams to not be in it. But Ozja, they know that they're at the inner side of the circle, meaning that teams in front of them will be forced out. But the circle not too far, just behind Ozja. So they just need to wait there, and it will be points in the back.
West Point Mamba trying to close the deal with FBE. Trying to make sure that they got 2 more points secured. Feels a very tight race between Ozja and West Point Mamba right now. And Rio still hanging around the corner. Goblin is just trying to sit tight, but the way he moved, just giving away his position, they can hear the scrapes on the floor. Goblin just sharing a wall between Rio as well. Feels like they're best friend right now.
Oh man, who's going to make the first move? Come on, guys. 3 seconds. 2, 1. Here we go.
They had the Ozja team. I mean, like the team above them is going to be Ozja making too many noises with their vehicles, making them a bit more cautious about the next move here. But Rio Footsteps giving away his position to a side of Goblin. Now Goblin, this is unnerving for him. This is really scary. Everywhere he turns, there's a sound. And lucky, I mean, like Rio, that was really close for him to actually secure. But Goblin fires against him. Oh, he finally gets out from the shack. Oh no, he couldn't secure it in the first place. Now giving away his position. This might him digging his own grave here for Goblin.
Goblin somehow survived that. That was a miracle by itself. But now his next challenge is trying to take down 2 from TX. He has the high ground. Rio with the nade. Being prepped out. He's going to toss on to the other side. And now they toss on to the other side. Will it land nicely? Looks like not. But he got one. One more to go. Rio! Save this team. And that's going to be the end for Falcon.
I don't know if it's going to be the end for him yet. As Rio being hunted by MH. But MH is a bit too greedy. He got only bandages to work with. But still want to take down on Rio. In the other end, he needs to use a lot of utilities himself. He needs to upgrade himself when it comes to looting. And Rio definitely got this one in the back. He got only one first aid! Oh my god! Halfway through his helmet. Just to get that first aid. And to use it instantly. Leaving him no choice as West Point Mamba and FVE scouted him out already. G-Lab will be hunted down by West Point Mamba, but FVE range and roll will not spot him the next few seconds as Rio got himself slipping into the valleys on top of the mountain. Mix on the other end for West Point Mamba tried to shut down the movement coming up from G Lab. Rio! One-man squad all the way, giving so much pressure towards sort of a VE here.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Can he do it? Yes, nowhere else to run. He must win this fight. So Rio trying to take the high ground position. 10 more seconds before we'll see the next middle circle, but it's very unlikely that these two teams will still have that circle. FVE playing as a duo. Can he actually do it?
Rio.
But no. But I also have to point out that
He got nothing.
looks like West Point Mamba will be the champions of week number 2. Considering
Wait.
that
Ozja.
that Austria Esports is out.
But we will have to tabulate the score because Ozja got quite a number of eliminations. Unless if West Point Mamba got definitely more eliminations in the last minute here. It's going to be a different story. But for the sort of Rio, he got nothing to work with, man. He's naked and afraid right now. Look at him. Nothing. I think he got very limited amount of magazines left for his ammunition as well. You have to be using it sparingly for what left with him. Row with an SLR, spotted out West Point Mamba. But West Point Mamba do have 3 players left. KE have the most men to work with. Rio still waiting for FVE to move forward first. But both teams don't have the blue zone on their side. It's against them. The moment they hop into it very late. But Rio, be wise with the ammunition. He might actually running out it quickly than he actually anticipated to be.
West Point Mamba now being sieged down. But Rio's still out there. But this will not be a space that he can play with. Let's go with the circle. He tried on the Ranger with the hell spraying onto his vehicle, but he came from the other side! West Point Mamba had to be the savior of FV!
It's not just that. There's going to be more points for West Point Mamba to solidify themselves in the first place here by end of this map. Federalis open up the smokes to actually help his mate to be revived. While KE now closing into a sort of G-lap. I'm not sure where he's at VE at the moment, but they're definitely just next to the side of West Point Mamba at the time being. Almost with a Vector. Closing into a sort of G-lap. Devon open fire to a sort of Federalis and a Mars. KE slowly closing the gap between them. Bro will be spotted out. They're still a bit far for the side I have VE, but they're still favored by the circle still. But 3 teams sharing the same compound of the top of a hill here for KE, G and West Point Mamba. Only one will survive.
Oh, here we go. KE starting to move in. Can they win this fight? Can they win this compound? There's like 3 teams within the same area. 4, make that 4 within the same compound. The top is not going up top. He's going to be on the lower ground. But he climbs a little bit there. Not too sure what his idea is. But oh, he's going to go up to the second floor. But it's going to be Kaya stopping FV. One of them currently down. FV is down to the last man standing.
Tapping it with M416. Kaya have to be sure and vigilant about his directions. And also how the other teams are actually surrounding them as well. KE couldn't be too comfy with where they at. Top and Sean tried to focus on what's in front. G-Lap will be their next contender, but West Point Mamba might be the one that actually taking advantage, being the third party all day long. If they're left with only 2 players there, KE got the most men, but they have too many angles to cover for themselves. Ranger playing at the slope of the hill. Still in the center of the circle. Devon make a move to a sort of G-Lap, closing in the gap in between. But will they climb down instead? Devon joining with the rest of the team here. They go with the DBS on Dragon. Down to only newbie for the sort of G-Lap.
This seems to be a very slow end though, not gonna lie. Slower than I thought. West Point Mamba, 2 players, but KE, a full squad still. They have the best manpower at this moment. That gives them a good advantage. Federalis, prepping up a date, but keeps it back. Ranger, playing the ninja role, just hiding from everyone else.
Have VE just gonna bite their time here. Oh, finally fought by Kaya. The Torn behind the backs here, coming up from the top. Finish off. Now we're left with only 3 teams right now. And it's anticlimactic ending. With J-Lab leaving with newbie. West Point Mamba trying to just salvage what they have. But KE got the most, man! Newbie is down to only 2 teams. Can West Point Mamba finish off with a bang?
Okay, we're talking about 2v4 here. If they can do it, it's one of the greatest chicken dinners that we've seen in the wildcard. Pedrales moved in. Pedrales slowly down. Irma's the last man standing. 1v4. It's going to be difficult for him, but anyway, it's going to be KE taking on the final chicken dinner of the league.
How will this tabulate later on when it comes to the overall and the bonus point of 4KE as a match ended, them securing the last chicken dinner of the entire league? And I have a feeling I have to agree with you, Cloud. West Point Mamba just shows how big they are and not even want to budge from that podium spot, not a tiny bit.
Not at all. For sure, they will be champions of week number 2. And with their performance in week number 1, they would have gained a lot of bonus points for the grand finals later on, putting them in a fairly comfortable spot. But we'll need to wait and see. We need to tabulate the scores. We need to see what's number 2, number 3, and so on and so forth is like. But what is going to be more important is we really want to see who are the 4 teams that are eliminated.
Yep, the relegated team will have to end their journey by end of today. But for the top, this guy, what a player. Such high caliber players coming up from the top. For the entire week of week 2, not just that, including week 1 as well, he always opened up the space for the entire team. Being the entry fragger, being the front line, it opened up so much space for the entire team to take out a fight after fight, a brawl and after another brawl. With that damage, it actually didn't tally out with his eliminations, but it just shows how much of the work he put himself into.
Yeah, I mean, 685 damage with 4 eliminations, meaning that he deals more damage than versus the amount of eliminations. Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the math, right? But okay, so anyway, teams to watch. KE coming back with a chicken dinner, so this will definitely boost themselves up. They were on page number 1 the last time we saw them, so they might be in the top 5 or maybe like a top 8 at least. So we need to wait and see. But West Point Mamba, because of this performance, for sure they will be at number 1. Austria Esports, they went up behind them, and by the time they went out, they were short by a few points anyway. So the gap was fairly significant for them to not overtake West Point Mamba.
I think it's less than 10 for the gap between them because they got quite a number of eliminations of how they were placing themselves. I mean, like, this is going to be the two teams, West Point Mamba and Ozja's game. I mean, they got themselves the best view, the most prized spot in the map as well in the circle. And they just farm up kills and eliminations from afar. And those guys just shows how much of Titans, how much of a powerhouse they were. When it comes to eliminations, KE got the most this time with 50 eliminations. But look at G-Lap squeezing into the last minute with 12 points in total with 7 eliminations in their hand. Ozja finished off at 6, which is going to be the same elimination point as West Point Mamba. Now, this is definitely going to be securing, solidifying West Point Mamba at number 1 spot. But how much of a gap? We have no clue. Have to wait and see.
Well, but this numbers is going to be kind of obvious why West Point Mamba is on top. Before the round started, they have about an 8-point gap with Austria Esports, and with Austria Esports only getting 8 versus 12 for West Point Mamba. We know who's on top by now. So congratulations to West Point Mamba, definitely champions of week number 2. But of course, what's going to be more important is if they can retain this consistency in the grand finals. That'll be another story for another day. But for FVE, 6 points this time around, I do think that they will go through looking at this current condition.
But for the side that I'm worried most is going to be Enigma and also GE when it comes to, especially Enigma, because why? They are in the verge of losing it. I'm talking about the entire week 2 performance might be detrimental for them, even though their week 1 was amazing. But if you add up both scores and you go for the average, it feels like they are actually barely make it in for the top 16. If they made it, they just really down to the wire, down to the last wire. But right now, we have no clue who will be relegated. But I think we can securely say H2O will not make it this time.
Yeah, H2O and probably Axis as well. I think that will be my bottom 2 choice. For the others, it's a bit tough.
It's
It's
very
hard.
tough.
It's very hard. Maybe DX, I would think. I want to say Enigma, but last week they weren't too bad.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. But I think, but DX last week they were okay. They had okay moments too. So, oh, this is hard. The other two relegations are hard.
Yeah, I agree, because if you compare it with last week and this week, now the ones that's really shaky that last week, even FBE was a bit shaky and it comes to week number 1, right? TX especially, they were not safe at all. Same goes for Sin, APG as well. I mean, like, APG kind of in the middle bracket, so maybe it's gonna be okay for them. But for the side of Sin, TX, is it gonna be enough with what they have to offer this week? Is it gonna be them at borderline? But what I worry most right now is gonna be Enigma, because right now they're not having momentum at all for the entire week of week 2. So far, we have the week 2 ranking as West Point Mamba securing that with quite a gap in between, 12 points in difference of Osja, with Burmese Gold, YG and GE. This is going to be all the Myanmar team placing at 3rd until 5th respectively.
Wow. Okay. Very interesting to see that they're pretty close to each other. Other than that, we have APG on top. Okay, not much of a surprise if you ask me for teams on page number 1. And this is still like the week 2 rankings. So let's hold on our horses. We need to tabulate the points first. But it's also kind of sad to see that H2O, when they fell from grace, they dropped onto a 20th spot. Axis overtook them and they stayed there. So at least Axis can say that, hey, we're not the last team in the entire league for week 2.
I mean, like, that's not something to be brag about.
That's the best out of the worst case scenario.
I mean, that should be something that you brag about, but at least that's the best scenario for them. That can actually have a right to brag for that. It's not easy to make it in for the PMPL Wildcard anyway, so it's already something they should be proud of for Axis and H2O. We're looking forward for their next performance in the next season. Hopefully they have a bit of a jump when it comes to their, gameplay and how they work things through for the rotations and everything else. There's so much that they still can actually improvise on. But for Vipers, now, is Vipers safe when it comes to weekly ranking too? We haven't talked about Vipers as much, right?
Vipers last week they were okay, but this week is like it's like a big switch for them. So I think they will fall in the bracket of like TX or Enigma, that the not sure bracket,
Same goes for Switch Point, especially Switch Point. You have to put in account they came in late, so that's already a sort of a handicap for them. So it's really tough for them. They didn't secure the triple digit anyways. For Game Lab, it's also in the same boat here. I think SKR will just happily make it, because SKR last week they were really brilliant. I'm talking about them at the first page. Now they definitely will make it in. Falcon, no problem for them. FVE maybe okay, but the one starting from 14th place down to the 20th, they might be relegated, because we're still waiting for the tabulated score of the bonus rankings right now.
Yeah, it looks like because that's the moment of truth, right? So I guess the whoever's counting the scores, they're like, okay, keeping us anticipated. And of course, I totally understand. They don't want to make a mistake. They want to make sure that it's accurate, so that when it's out, it's that is the teams. Oh my, we are making all these predictions, but let's not forget as well, like week 1, there were some teams that didn't really perform. Like, you kind of think of the opposite, right? Like, week 2 performed, but week 1 didn't perform, so they could be in danger as well.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's like, because it's so very not consistent for teams. Up here goes. I'm so scared.
Okay.
Oh boy, Enigma! It was like 3 points away. Okay, this is weekly. This is weekly.
Okay, calm down. Relax.
I'm so scared.
Relax.
I'm so
Oh
scared.
my god. Yeah, I thought so as well. I was like, okay, calm down, chill. Whew, okay.
This is
we're not out with the official 16.
We don't care about the first page. We don't care about the top 10.
Yeah,
we care about those actually at the bottom 4.
Yeah, we don't care about you. Come on. We don't want to see you. We'll see you next week, okay?
See you guys next time. I'm like, it's gonna be a couple of days, but yeah. But the one that actually starting on 11th spot here, Even Sin is not safe at the time being.
Ooh.
Up to that point.
Maybe. I think Sin did fairly okay last week. I think they will be safe.
Oh man.
It's
This can
hard.
be-
It's hard.
That 1 point in between 16 and 17, that 3 points gap between TX and Enigma will play a big, big part when it comes to the overall bonus rank.
Okay. You know what? If SP made it to the grand finals, it is one
It's
of
huge.
the insane comeback. Yeah, it's huge for them. I want to see that. That will be a nice comeback story.
I want to see that as well because they have so much to offer, but they don't have that much to actually, the space to actually show us the exhibition of the play itself. But for the second phase, I'm really worried for all these teams there. I have a feeling Salkan and SKR will actually make it, but G-Lab is kind of a borderline as well. Even Sin, because Sin was really down there when it comes to the first week.
Yeah.
Here it goes.
Okay. Here it goes. Okay.
Okay.
Not yet. Calm down. Okay. I mean, obvious.
Is this the overall ranking?
Yes. Okay, so that is obviously West Point Mamba, Austria Esports, FOD. Okay, that's fine. And page 1.
Okay, Sin is actually make it through. They made it at 9 spots. So,
Okay.
God.
Oh
my
so
God. the
SP
point.
is out. Oh no.
TX is just like less than 5 points. It's like 5 points different between them with Vipers.
Oh no.
That's so close.
Oh man, it's so close. And SP. Okay, if you think about it, if SP played from day 1, I think that would have been true.
It's so much. Oh my God, SP, they had the short hair. That was so close. And Vipers saying goodbye to TX, SP, Sean Axis. I mean, like, they've been relegated, but they've shown us what they can do. Especially SP. With a handicap at first. Just how much they can give us within a week. It was insane. This is the ranking.
Okay,
This
calm
is
down.
the ranking.
Oh, we've been scammed. Okay. I mean, okay. So
Okay,
Enigma
okay,
is
okay.
in. Okay, calm down. Oh my goodness. It's been a long time since we've been scammed. We kind of think about it.
This is really topsy-turvy. I mean, like, you're displaying with our feelings. Okay, this is the official rankings that who make it to the
Yes.
playoff. Okay?
This is the one,
real
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this is the real
Okay.
thing. So
All right,
Enigma made
page
it
1.
in.
Okay.
Sin also. Okay, like this is safe. We don't care. But look at
Okay.
this.
Ah,
It's
the
1
same.
point. This is worse.
Oh,
This is worse.
It's 1 point.
This is worse than the last one. Oh my God.
Oh no! My feelings been played. Oh no!
Oh God, that 1 point TX must be devastated right now.
My feelings. Oh, I can't take this anymore. Oh, my feelings.
I mean, like 5 points, I can live with it, but 1 point?
Oh, I cannot.
But still, congratulations.
Okay, anyway.
Congratulations to the side of West Point Mamba. Austria, FOD, KEGEYG, SKR, APG, Sin, Enigma, Burmese God, MVE, PBE, Falcon, Game Lab, and Vipers for getting themselves the spot in the playoffs next week.
So we'll be seeing these teams next week. Don't forget to mark your calendars. It's going to happen next Friday until Sunday. And after Sunday, we will crown the champions of the PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard Spring. And they will represent the Wildcard region onto the PMSL. So who will it be? Can be any of these teams.
And now we have our season MVP race. Taking the lead, which is going to be Federalis from West Point Mamba. And we have Michi squeezing in second place. We still have Extra X in there. And I say this guys is well than deserving. I feel like the 5th place is very close as well. And Marnet squeezing in the last minute at the 4th place.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really tight as the results from the grand finals will be included in the season MVP race as well. So this could still change. You will never know because we'll have like a good amount of days. Teams can take a step back to research, can do VOD reviews or whatever, and they might change up their strategy and they will be stuck with the same 16 teams for 3 days for 15 games. Anything can happen.
Now, next one, we do have our week 2 leaders at number 1 spot. That's why he got himself the 4th place. Marnet at number 1. Federalis and Michi. I mean, like, these guys is like literally everywhere. Every single day, every single week, they making sure their faces up there, coming up from West Point Mamba.
Yep. So it's still majority of them, of course, from West Point Mamba. They are the number 1 team for a reason because they have top 1 players all around. But today, I gotta give it to Marnet. Like today in particular, Marnet have been popping off. He has been amazing. So gotta give it to him. Top eliminator so far. But again, this could change next week. So, man. Oh, but this is the week 2 leader. So this stat is only for week 2. It will not be calculated. I mean, there's just so many stats running around. You can't think about it.
But also speaking of Marnet, right? That was, I mean, like he's more than deserving about that spot because he's been really carrying out the weight for his team as well. He's been one of the best player and also one of the star player for the team and the entirety of the SEA Wildcard. I mean, like aside from Federalis and Michi, I mean, like for West Point Mamba, it feels like everyone is a star. Everyone is pulling their own weight, right? It's very different when it comes to comparing their team play. But Marnet has been trying so hard for the team. He's deserving. But how close will it be when it comes to playoff now?
Oh man, I think we will see surprises. I personally predict like PBE might step up. Maybe teams like Burmese Ghost might step up. Austria Esports was pretty close. So I think West Point Mamba will have a run for their money.
So this is it for the league itself. We have to wrap things up because the playoff gonna be really exhilarating. So be sure you mark the dates down. It's gonna be until the 5th of March. But thank you so much for those of you guys been supporting us since the start and being here and supporting us. All your criticism and also your encouragement has been great for us. I've been reading the chat, don't worry. I know one of you guys being my big fan as well. Thank you so much. But any last word here, Cloud?
Yeah, I can't wait for the finals, and it's a pleasure as well casting with you, Choo Choo, as always. I can't wait for us to get back onto this next. So, see you guys as well.
And this is gonna be Choo Choo and Sir Cloud signing off. See you guys in the playoff. Bye.